Yeah. How are you doing? Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. Staying alive. Yeah. Well, you left for a while, yeah? I saw that. Congratulations. Followed your dad's footsteps.
Yeah, did all that stuff.
Did you ditch any jets?
Didn't have to ditch any though.
No, didn't have to. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've never left. Not going to.
You helping your brother business?
We sold. We sold a couple of years ago. Private equity. But my brother's still there. He didn't leave.
Still working with it?
Yeah, he was on a 3-year contract and then re-extended it. Yep, good to see you.
Yeah, you're back.
I can do it. You can do it during call to order, or do you want me to do it right after roll call? Oh, mayor's gonna. Okay, the mayor's gonna. All right. Okay. April 16th.
We still at 15, or where are we on? Or
We're at
17?
18.
18.
We're ready whenever you are.
Okay,
Is everything?
are we ready? We'll call this meeting to order at 6 o'clock, right on time. First, item number 2 is roll call.
Councilmember San Antonio,
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer,
Here.
Councilmember O'Hara,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lyons,
Here.
and Mayor Ehlers.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the city council are present this evening.
Okay, item number 3, if you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please stand if you can. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our next item, item 4, is special presentations and proclamations. We were supposed to have 2. The quarterly sheriff's update 4A will be moved to date certain on April 16th. So Chief Gordon is up, and he'll give us a fire department update, item 4B.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for having me this evening. I'd just like to give a quick update, a little bit of current year numbers as well as 2024, just kind of give a perspective. So we'll go over some operational statistics, both for the fire department as well as the marine safety. We'll go over our fire prevention numbers and some emergency management information, and then I'll take any questions afterwards. So the 2025 year-to-date call volume this far, so from January till about 4 days ago, we have 1,401 incidents, and those are unique to Encinitas only, as you can see with the dots here. We had, well, we don't have 100 fire incidents, sorry about that. That was the 2024 number, but we've had 7 actual fires this year already, which we've had 15 all of last year that were legitimate structure fires, where this year we've already had 7. So most of those have been started by lithium-ion battery fires and in garages. So if there is a public service announcement, it's make sure that you have your lithium-ion batteries in a protected place. Don't overcharge them. Use the manufacturer's charging, and if you drop them, make sure you pay attention and make sure they're not damaged, because it can cause fires. EMS incidents so far, those 1,400 calls, is 1,049. We've had 2 hazmat incidents and then 12 technical rescues so far this year. And those are anything from vehicle extrications to over-the-side rescues, confined space. When I say 12, there's only been a few that were really technical. The others just fall under that category. So we break it down in the 2025 year to date here. I'm not sure why the 100 popped in here on our, it should just be a 7. Ooh, let me go back. But we would just like to break it up. It is about a 74% of medical calls is what our call volume is. So just do a 15-year snapshot. I started in 2010, so I decided to go back 15 years. The 2010 numbers are a little off. We only had 6 years of documented incidents on that one for some reason. I couldn't find the rest of the information, but just move over to 2011, and you had 4,716 calls. And then last year, we had 7,919 calls. So pretty big increase, 40.45% increase over that time. And if you look at our population, I like to look at our calls per capita and see how that looks. I got this information from census.gov. So 2010, 59,518 people. Kind of peaked in 2017, looks like, and then we've had a very small decline in population. But our call volume has not gone down at all, right? It's gone up. So if you look at the next slide, a little visual representation here. Incident count up to almost 8,000 calls last year with our population decreasing. So that worries us a little bit. We want to make sure that we have the right resources, we have the good response times, and so we're always paying attention to that, making sure that we're adjusting as needed. So when we talk about some of those response times, turnout time. A turnout time is when the lights or the tones go off in our fire station. How fast do our firefighters get out of their bed or out of the shower, dressed and in the engine and rolling? So when the wheels move, that's when the turnout time stops. So our average turnout time is 1 minute and 6 seconds. Our 90th percentile time, which means 90% of the time, our crews are getting out in 1 minute and 54 seconds or quicker. What I like to do is, I said this in front of the council before, all data is wrong, some are useful. It's a pretty good quote. I like to look at this graph and see how straight the line is. If I'm seeing any deviations there, then I know I need to pay attention a little bit more. This is a good flat graph, which means I'm not seeing any discrepancies. I'm not seeing outliers. I don't have to go pay attention as much because everything looks pretty clean. Our travel times, it's how we wheels rolling to when we arrive on scene. So our average travel time is 4 minutes and 59 seconds, and then our 90th percentile is 7 minutes and 1 second. So again, 90% of the time we arrive on scene in 7 minutes or less as our travel time. So our total response time, now if you add the dispatch time as well, so when the 911 call happens, our dispatchers still have to answer that call, triage it, and then find basically what fire engine or fire station is going to be responding, and then hit the button that says, hey, you guys are going here, right? It was a lot quicker. It used to be about 51 seconds. It's now more in the minute and 30 to minute and 50 second round area. And part of that is because we triage our calls better now. We're taking in more information, making sure we're sending the right resources instead of just sending everybody there, code 3. We triage that. If we can send an engine, code 2, which is not lights and sirens, we would do that. If we can send just an ambulance or just an engine, it's the dispatch is triaging these calls as they come, so we give the most appropriate resource at the time. So it saves some of our apparatus and our resources from going, so they can be available for something else when it happens. The NFPA standard, though, is at 4 minutes is the first arriving engine, and we have that 41% of the time. And there's not one fire department out there that is probably hitting this 4-minute mark. And I say that not knowing everybody's numbers, but that's a really hard number to hit. But that's always our goal, right, is trying to get to that NFPA standard. So mutual aid, I like to bring up mutual aid a little bit because we're not the only ones that respond into or out of our city. Carlsbad comes, we give them about 7 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 46 seconds of our time. Yes, we go all the way down to the second. And then we receive from them about 2 days, 5 hours, 56 minutes, and 33 seconds. So when you look down the list here, Carlsbad, Del Mar, Oceanside, Rancho Santa Fe, San Diego, Solana Beach, those are all pretty much our neighboring cities that we go to a lot. There's others that we go to Vista sometimes, San Marcos. We've helped Cal Fire. Cal Fire has helped us. So these are the big ones. But at the end of the day, we end up receiving more help in our community than we give out. So part of that is just the boundaries that we have. Solana Beach comes into Cardiff a lot, just based on what we have is called our boundary drop. So the closest apparatus, no matter what, is going to be going to a call. So you're always going to get the fastest response, whether it's an Encinitas or a Solana Beach or Santa Fe fire engine. And that just makes sure that all of our response times are the best that they can be, providing the best community service that we can. I was asked before that I give some homeless or unhoused information. So the 2025 so far, we've had about 107 generated incidents. 2024, 605. In 2023, 648. And it kind of goes down that same number. The colors here are kind of the red is the most, and it goes down to the lighter greens, and that's when it's the least. So we like to look at the months. We even look at days and hours to see what our call volumes are like. So this just helps us to prepare and provide the right amount of resources as we go. So for marine safety, they were pretty busy down there. We had a lot of visitors at Moonlight Beach especially, but they had 22,993 safety contacts or prevents last year in 2024, and that includes reaching out and having bluff contacts or dogs, smoking, stuff like that. So they're busy. They're always trying to enforce what those rules, I guess, or standards are on the beach. So they have a lot of contact with a lot of the citizens and the visitors that come in and out of the beaches. They enforced 12,299 times. They had minor medical aids of 1,447, and those are where they don't have to call the fire department or the paramedics out to come fix it. They can handle an easy medical aid. The major medical aids, 154 is when they had to call dispatch and say, hey, I need a fire engine and an ambulance, and we go and assist. At 82 missing people, usually kids, and then 63 wildlife contacts. So it's seals or whales, stuff like that are on the beach that they have to manage. So with training, the fire department had 18,265 hours of training between all of our firefighters, and the EMS training is the big one. We have monthly CEs or continuing education that we do, anywhere from mass casualty training, gas and electric emergencies, chemical agent, terrorist attack or multi-patients or mass casualty events, legal report writing for EMS, protocol updates, mental health, and so on. So there's a lot of EMS training. The fire and rescue training, we do a lot of that too, right? So fire and suppression, hazmat, technical rescue, vehicle extrication, and then we have a lot of wildfire drills that we do. And one of the major ones we put on here is the Levenheim wildfire drill because it's in our backyard and we get some good situational awareness at the time. Fire prevention, they conducted 831 annual and construction inspections in 2024. They had 2,284 permit reviews, and just doing a little bit of research in 2010, they had, well, I can't see my notes on the bottom of my screen because I'm not in presenter, but they had about 889 permit reviews and then 200-something inspections. And so when you look over to what we're doing now, it's a big jump. It's a lot more work than they've had, and the staffing has still been the same at 6. So I just give them some kudos for how much work they're doing. They're doing a great job. So prevention also does training. They do a lot of code enforcement or plan check classes, investigation, stuff like that. They had 348 hours, 15 fire investigations. So every fire that we have, they go to as well, and they go interior and find out, hey, how did this fire start? And then they usually come back and say that's electrical. Okay, that was a joke, but we'll keep going. Community outreach, they do HOA community walks. Some of those are asked for, and some of those are proactive that they reach out to. Wildfire preparedness workshops, we have one coming that we're gonna plug here pretty soon. AB 38 inspections, those are defensible space inspections where if you're going to sell your home, we have to come in and make sure that you have that defensible space, and those are within the very high fire hazard severity zones. Street vegetation assessments. So all of our streets are driven and assessed between April and October by Fire Prevention Services, or FPS. And they will basically give 2 notices, and if they give more than 2 notices, then they're going to come and talk to our Encinitas fire prevention team to see what we should do next with it. We've had 85 citizen complaints in 2024 that were unique. 40 inspected by Fire Prevention Services, and the other 45 were inspected by the Encinitas Fire Prevention staff. We gave 149 violation notices of vegetation, and then 6 forest abatements where we had to go in and remove the vegetation and charge them for it. So the emergency management, it's probably going to be a little longer on this one because it's a brand new. We haven't had an emergency manager before, so a lot of stuff is happening in the emergency management world. Training and drills, we developed staff disaster service worker training requirements for all part-time and full-time permanent staff to ensure the city's readiness for disaster response. And give it up to the staff. We had the great shakeout, and they did an amazing job and hid under chairs and door frames. And I was not here this time, so I didn't have a funny picture of me taken this year, so I was happy about that. The Emergency Operations Center, or the EOC. So we conducted an audit of the Emergency Operations Center to ensure the city's readiness and effectiveness in managing emergencies. And so we assessed our staffing, the technology that we have, what procedures we're using, and all the protocols, and we're refining those and developing those so that we're ready for the big emergency. Community education, the fire department staff, as well as the emergency manager, have given some community education out there, leaving behind preparedness fair, community barbecue, and we have some more coming up this year that we'll be advertising. We presented as part of the Senior Living Education Series in November 2024 on emergency preparedness, which was a hit. Everyone loved that presentation. And then collaboration-wise, we strengthen our partnership with local, regional, and national emergency response and partner agencies by participating in the regional and North County meetings, briefings, and joint exercises. There's a lot of meetings that people aren't aware of, with the Universal Disaster Council and emergency manager meetings throughout the county. And we have a great relationship with the fire chiefs as well as the emergency managers to be able to be on the same page, have the same protocol, understand how we all work when a big incident happens and how we're going to come together and assist each other jurisdictionally. Emergency alerts. So we've managed the dissemination of education on the county's new emergency alert and activation tool, which is called Genesis Protect. I hope everybody has heard of that. If not, it's on our website. Go to the public safety page and the resources, and it'll get you there. In partnership with the County of San Diego Office of Emergency Services, or OES, and the fire department leadership. So we've really been pushing this through the county. So Genesis Protect, if you don't have it, go to the App Store and download it and put it on your phone, because it's huge in being able to notify you if an emergency happens. And then our community emergency response team. It's been on hiatus right now. We're in the process of revising the program, standards and procedures to align with the fire department operations and risk management requirements. So the CERT was under the state before. We're bringing it back to be underneath just Encinitas, and we want control over it. So before, under the state, you could only use our CERT members for an emergency or for training. And we want to broaden that. We want to be able to use them for more opportunities. So help them, or help us do more maybe vegetation management or assessments, stuff like that, where we can get more community members out in the public helping us do our job. So we're working to bring that back. Our goal is to have a new CERT Academy the beginning of next year in January. That is our goal, and it's going to be a different program than it was before. It's going to be much better. We're going to have much more control, and I'm actually pretty excited for it. I was the program manager actually right when I got off probation. I turned into that, which was in 2011. I kind of got tricked into it because it's a lot of work, but it was really fun. Meeting the community, collaborating with them, understanding what their concerns were, and then teaching them some of our skills, whether it's a fire extinguisher or we did shoring, medical. It was fun. So I'm excited to get that back going. It's going to look different. It's going to be better, and we're going to have more control and be able to use them for more opportunities. So with that, that is my presentation. I hope I didn't talk too fast again, but I will take any questions that you have.
Any questions?
Just one quick question. What's our status? You talked about the EOC. Where are we at if you're going to put it out of 100% being the best and 1% being the worst?
1 to 100. What if I give you like 0 to 10? I'm good with the 10. I'd say we're about an 8, right? So all of our staff is doing ICS training. We have the EOC, our emergency manager, Marie Jones-Kirk, has been awesome in redoing all of our protocol books, looking at the technology that we have, working with IT. They're rearranging things. So I'm confident that we would do a good job if we had to activate it. But there's still work to be done, right? We need to get a drill going. We're trying to get one coming up soon, which staff doesn't really know. It's going to be a surprise. I'm just kidding. We don't do surprises. But we're looking good.
Thank you.
I'll hop in there with some questions. First one, can you send us the PowerPoint? It was great. Loved it. Loved the report. Any idea why the per capita call volume is going up almost doubled over 20 years, 15 years?
You know, I don't. When I looked at the 2017 numbers, it made sense, right? Because we had an increase in call volume there with the increase, probably our peak of our population. The only thing I can think of right now, without digging into the numbers at the moment, is we've had a lot of tourism, the beaches, freeway accidents. It's hard to say, but to me, it's got to be we have more people coming in and out of our city. So.
What about like our aging population and the 74% of your calls are medical? Mm-hmm. Are they medical at the beach? Are they medical in houses or?
Yeah, most of our beach calls end up being medical or rescue. We do have an aging population. We have a few communities here that are 55 plus. We do have some medical facilities that we run to, so it could be a combination of that as well.
Yeah, and then you made a comment about garage fires and electrical, particularly batteries. Mm-hmm. Do they tend to be the cars, or do they tend to be the bicycles or appliances, or is there any general statement you can make?
I would just be guessing at the percentage, but most of the percentage is going to be your lithium-ion batteries that are on your e-bikes, scooters. We have had a couple RCA cars that were overcharged that caught on fire. So it's more of the smaller lithium-ion batteries. We've had a few over the years with the electric vehicles. Usually those are because they got damaged or they're using some different charging system that didn't come with the Tesla per se, or it was a different model. So yeah, it's usually the smaller ones that get damaged and people just plug them in and
things
let them
that
go.
could have mechanical hits or damage. So, okay, great. Any other questions from anybody? I appreciate the update. We do this every 6 months roughly. I think is the sheriff quarterly, and how often is the fire department?
Yeah, the sheriff is usually quarterly, and of course we can have Chief Gordon back as much as we want.
I'd prefer he's out there preparing for disasters, but what have we been doing? I think we've been doing it every 6 months.
Yeah, I think it's actually changed a little bit. It was 6 months, and now I think it's turned to quarterly, which I don't mind. It's easy to pull up the information.
It's your call. We love the information and the ability to ask these questions, so we appreciate it. And we see you around here all the time, so it's not like we don't know where you are. So, okay, if nothing else.
I'll say something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Josh, or Chief Gordon, for that. I'm excited to hear about the CERT program. I was a CERT instructor when I was in the fire department, but I encourage all of you guys, if you can, even if you're watching us online, that CERT program is legit. It's a great program for the community. You become a resource for your own community, as well as learning a little bit about how to, protect and serve your community as well. So it really is a great program, and it is exciting. I know that we talked about that at the Liebenheim Fire Council, but I think that this is a really good way to get involved also at in the public safety level, just for your own community. So definitely thank you for bringing that back up. I mean, that's a great program for everybody.
Welcome.
Okay, we'll move on to item 5, oral communications. How many?
We do have 18 at the moment.
18. So oral comments are public comments that are not on tonight's agenda. Speakers typically are granted 3 minutes to address the council with no time donations permitted. We allocate 30 minutes for oral communications at the beginning of the meeting, beginning of our regular meetings. The chair has the authority to modify and limit the duration of these comments as long as it's done equitably to all speakers. Tonight we have 18. What I'm thinking is I'm going to limit it to 2 minutes. And since it's 18, and we'll cut off any additionals. If any else come in, we'll stay at 18. Any beyond 18, 19, 20, et cetera, we'll go at right after item 11, or right before item 11. But we'll do all 18 with 2 minutes each. And that'll go a little over the 30 minutes. Sorry if we cut you off, and if you can, the way we'll do it, she'll call out 3 names. If you can come up and be ready to hop right up there, we can get that lag time in between down, and we'll all get out of here efficiently. Our goal, of course, is we've got quite an agenda, and we want to make sure the people that came for the notice agenda are heard, and we have plenty of time to deliberate. So with that, 2 minutes, and call the first 3.
First 3, Dave Miller, Roberta Miller, and then Farzan Demubed. Okay. Then we'll go with Christopher Seneca, and then we'll go back to Farzan. Dave Miller?
And if Roberta can come up to the front too. And, right there, perfect.
Good evening, Council. I'm Dave Miller. I'll be brief. My neighbors are here with me, and we have prepared a brief video, and we'd like to, instead of me talking, I'd like to show you the video, if we can do that now, and thank you for your time.
Okay.
Miller.
Get the hell down here right now. All the ladies, come stand up on your feet right now. I need all the ladies. All the ladies. These are really friendly ladies. Are they coming? Follow me, ladies, all right? Follow me. Sing to Steve right now. Here we go, everybody. Ladies, sing it. You never close your eyes. You guys, thank you so much for hanging out. C3 Bank putting on this awesome tournament. And we got to give it up for Video Spirits and Templeton for bringing the band up here. You guys get loud music.
So here we are at Bobby Riggs. We got a bar set up here. Just really bad.
Roberta?
The surrounding neighbors of Bobby Riggs do not hate pickleball. Some of us play pickleball. We feel it brings people a sense of happiness, and we want to promote and find a way for pickleball to continue that does not negatively affect the neighbors. However, there may be those who don't understand the extent of damages and safety issues that Bobby Riggs' racket paddle causes. Hopefully, after tonight, you will be better informed, and your decisions and actions will reflect that. Since the conversion from 7 tennis courts to 22 pickleball courts on the zoned residential property, the noise intensity has been overwhelming. Neighbors are subjected to the endless, excessive, repeated sound of paddles and balls, by the shouting, screaming, and offensive profanities from morning to night, 7 days a week, and have been exposed to multiple hours of excessive, loud, amplified music. All of this is highlighted at night by the blaring bright lights into our houses. Also, the inadequate amount of parking available on the property has resulted in illegal and unsafe driving and parking. Neighbors have been subjected to hostile confrontations by pickleball players with their parking frustrations. Bobby Riggs' Racket and Paddle continues to be allowed to operate by the City of Encinitas despite violating restrictions. This continued allowance not only negatively impacts the quality of life of Encinitas residents, it provides safety risks to the lives of people. What should be done? Permitted pickleball courts, sufficient permitted parking on the property, and the city's ordinances for noise and parking must be enforced and followed. Without these, the pickleball courts should not be allowed to operate at all.
Thank you.
Next is Christopher Seneca, to be followed by Farzan. He's not here yet? Okay, how about Shervin? Okay, and then Ramin? Okay, thank you.
I'm here because I have a toddler who's having trouble sleeping at night because of pickleball noise. It goes past 9 p.m. on most nights. It's over the city decibel limit, and these are your measurements that confirm that. There are bright lights that shine into his bedroom. I'm here because I have a toddler who's repeating things he overhears on pickleball courts, and not the fun words like dinks or the kitchen, hard 4-letter words. I'm here because I have a toddler and I routinely see people drinking heavily on the court and then getting in their cars and driving home. They say that this is an unfair attack on their business. This is not a legal business. Everyone else in Encinitas, when you opened your businesses, including you got permits. The mayor very kindly explained what we would have to do as a community to ask for change, and we did it. Over 7 months, we documented many violations. The result? Periodic $1,000 fines. They're making $30,000 a week, and even my toddler can understand the problem with that. City staff says it's working with Riggs on a permit modification. Why? Riggs blew off their intake meetings in November and January. They have faced no repercussions. They show no respect for you and no respect for us. Why is this okay? Our ask is for immediate, meaningful enforcement. Get an injunction. You have the data. Shut down this business until it can operate under 50 decibels. Work with them. Figure out a way to do it legally, safely. Fine, that is okay. But until that happens, stop the ongoing activity. We don't hate pickleball. Some of us even play pickleball. But all of us should have to follow the law. Thank you.
11 years ago, my parents sacrificed everything to move us here, to a home in a peaceful, amazing neighborhood. We love this home, but unfortunately, the home we grew up in is no longer the home that we have today. When we bought the house, there were 7 tennis courts. Now, there are 22 pickleball courts. And I love pickleball. This is not about the sport. It's about the fact that these courts were illegally converted without permits, and in doing so, made our home, which is our safe place, practically unlivable. My parents sacrificed so much for this, and it kills me to see my family suffer because of this. The constant noise, the shouting, the nonstop play from early morning to late at night. My mom now has to wear earplugs and suffers from migraines, issues that she's never had before. I will never forget the one night when the courts were temporarily returned to tennis courts, and they limited to 7 courts. My mom had tears in her eyes and said, "This is the one night I was actually able to finally sleep." Beyond the noise, I fear for my family's safety. The excessive parking spills into the neighborhood, And it's truly terrifying to see people that have been drinking and playing, driving and speeding off. This is not on a freeway. This is right past our homes. I mean, how long until something tragic happens? So this is not just an inconvenience. This is a violation of city rules, and it's within your power to shut it down today. Ignoring this is not only negligence, but it sets a horrible precedent for our city. So I'm here on behalf of my family, not asking the city to say the right things, but to do the right things, and it's within your power to enforce the rules that are being violated. Thank you.
And what was your name for the record?
Shervin. Thank you.
And then following Ramin will be Jeff Hoffman, Lynn Merchant, and then Chuck Lang.
I've lived on Windsor Road overlooking Bobby Riggs since 2013. I watched the transformation of this facility over the years, and I'm here to comment on this transformation. I assume that the city applies its laws consistently to all residents and businesses. I also understand that the city considers pickleball and tennis to be the same use. However, I recently learned that Bobby Riggs expanded from 7 tennis courts to 22 pickleball courts without obtaining the required permits. A few weeks ago, the city took action and limited Bobby Riggs to 7 courts, but within days, they reopened all 22 courts, ignoring the city's decision. This raises serious concerns about enforcement and fairness. To illustrate the issue, I'd like to present a hypothetical scenario. Suppose I decide to convert my single-family home into 3 rental units without a permit. I can do this without any extensions, and I can do whatever work I feel like inside the house. This way I can rent my house to 3 families on Airbnb. Instead of having 4 people live on the house, I'll have 10 to 12 people. Instead of having 2 to 3 cars parked on our driveway, I'll have 6 to 9 cars, and they can find their own parking on the street. I can make more money as well because I will allow loud music and parties between 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. I will make sure that I'm a super nice host, so when the neighborhood starts complaining and the city shuts me down, I'll get my guests to show up to the city council and testify how much I'm serving the community by providing much-needed accommodations and how much they enjoy partying and staying at my place. So I can open right up without worrying about the city anymore. At the end, I want to apologize for my sarcasm, but I hope the city council sees the point that I'm trying to make. And I'm hoping the city starts enforcing its rules so it doesn't set precedent for other businesses to take advantage of the city's leniency for personal financial gain.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff Hoffman. Be followed by Lynn Merchant, Chuck Lang, and then Rosalind Dillon.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. I reside at 1270 Windsor Road. Our house backs up and abuts Bobby Riggs Tennis Court. Since the time of the property was purchased, as evidenced by my prior speakers, it's clearly evident that this thing has mushroomed from 7 tennis courts, which was a fairly benign sound, to now 22 pickleball courts, which, like other people have indicated, I play pickleball as well. But the sound has increased exponentially. Not only that, but one of the larger issues, including the lights that shine in our backyard, is the traffic problem. And I realize that y'all didn't have anything to do with this reconfiguration of Windsor Road. But that coupled with, you take people playing on 7 tennis courts, and that increases exponentially the number of cars. Typically, people drive by themselves to play pickleball for 1 hour. That's 4 cars typically. I'll give you between 3 and 4 cars for each particular court. And you rotate that every single hour. There's only so much parking. You guys are familiar with Bobby Riggs. There's only so much parking. It's even a nightmare for people to get in and out, ingress and egress from that location onto this newly reconfigured Santa Fe Drive. So a lot of them park over on Moonivar. A lot of them park in front of our homes on Windsor Road, in the street, in illegal spots, and it makes it really, really difficult to get in and out simply to go to the grocery store, to get out of your driveway, to enter your driveway. And God forbid that those coupled with e-bikes and things of that nature, somebody touched on it earlier, sooner or later something drastic is going to happen and the fire chief is going to be called. And all we're asking is that you take this into consideration, that this was meant for 7 tennis courts, not pickleball. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lynn?
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Merchant. I'm a homeowner on Moonivar Road. Before Bobby Riggs' tennis courts turned into pickleball courts, our neighborhood was a happy place. People walk their dogs, mothers walk their kids to school. It was a friendly place. When pickleball started up, things changed. There was a deluge of cars coming and going, vying for parking spaces. They came morning, noon, and evening. The noise of the balls and the rackets creating a pop, pop, poop, pop, 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 pop. I can't even describe it. You have to come and hear it for yourselves. This noise became a constant, and it really, really disturbed me and my neighbors. My ears and mind suffered from this noise. My life was full of sound, of this pop, pop, popping and popping sound. Ugh. So eventually, I had to go to an audiologist and purchase special noise-canceling earplugs to wear when gardening, taking a walk, or trying to have an afternoon sleep. The Bobby Riggs facility is operating far beyond its approved scope. We here are asking the city to take action to bring the facility into compliance and restore balance between recreational activities and the well-being of our neighborhood. Please have Bobby Riggs converted back to 7 tennis courts.
Thank you.
Thanks for hearing me.
Next speaker is Chuck Lang. Following Chuck will be Rosalind Dillon, Joe Cooper, and then Susan Turney.
My name's Chuck Lang, and I know some of you already. Guess what I'm going to talk about? Fact, Bobby Riggs Racket and Paddle Club is intense and wrong for our neighborhood. The intensity stems from the sounds emanating from it and the traffic issues it creates. Lucky us, but the owner of the club, Steve Dawson, took it upon himself to create from a previously designated tennis club with 7 tennis courts into a decidedly noisy 22-court pickleball club with highly inadequate parking. He did so without applying for any city permits whatsoever. He effectively stole our rights to review the project by not going through proper channels. There's no question that Mr. Dawson's actions have created nothing more than a high-level nuisance that continues to this day. Mr. Dawson essentially dumped these annoying problems onto us and has imparted the illusion through media and on his website that his club is good for the neighbors and the community. This can't be further from the truth. As some neighbors met with him that can verify beforehand, before he did his stuff, his club would highly impact our neighborhood before he started the work on the 22 pickleball courts. He knew full well and imparted to the neighbors that there would be noise and parking issues. I have yet to meet one pickleballer who would even choose to live near pickleball courts. That speaks volumes. While I believe that both the council and staff know of Mr. Dawson's flagrant behavior, for some reason they continue to give him preferential treatment and allow his failure to comply with the city codes. Is that it?
Yep.
All right.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers and City Council members. My name is Rosalind Dillon, and I'm here as a resident of Windsor Road, Cardiff, to address the ongoing challenges of our neighborhood faced over the past 5 years due to the activities at Bobby Riggs. And while we support recreational activities, the scale of operations at this facility has severely impacted our lives. I'd like to highlight just a few of the residents' concerns. With 22 pickleball courts and inadequate parking, the overflow traffic spills onto our residential streets. Players rush to find their spaces, speeding down our street, making unsafe maneuvers, and in some cases, mine in particular, parking in my private driveway, an unacceptable intrusion on our homes. As far as the personal impact, the constant noise from the sharp, repetitive paddle sounds to the late-night gatherings have made it nearly impossible to enjoy the quiet of our own homes. Many of us have been forced to keep our windows shut year-round just to block out the noise from the constant back and forth of the paddles and balls. Residents adjacent to the courts have experienced stress, disrupted sleep, and an overall decline in the quality of their life. Some have even sold up. They've packed up and they've moved out, and maybe you've got their letters, and some continue to explore moving away, worried about the long-term effects on their property. It's not just an inconvenience, it's a daily disruption that has taken a toll on the well-being of those who live in the area close to Bobby Riggs. The Bobby Riggs facility is operating far beyond its scope. We're asking the city tonight to take action to bring the facility into compliance and restore the balance between recreational activities and the well-being of the neighborhood. The city has documented multiple noise violations, yet it has failed to use its authority to stop the activity or revoke Bobby Riggs' business license. Residents deserve to know what actions, if any, are being taken and why these violations are not being meaningfully addressed. After 5 years of ongoing disruptions to our neighborhood, a vague or delayed response is no longer acceptable. I hope we can work together. Thank you.
Council, thank you for having us. I think our neighbors have done a great job of kind of outline some of the more egregious things that are going on over here, so I'm going to kind of skip through some of that. But this all started in 2016. It could very well have been solved then if that permit was properly executed by the city when the pickleball courts were already there and they were given their food and beverage license. We were never given our right to appeal that permit. No public notices were ever gone out, so we kind of feel like we were kind of robbed of our right to due process by the city. Since then, the owner of Bobby Riggs has pretty much bullied the neighbors, and it's pretty egregious. And I'm just going to kind of go through some of those things right now. He has threatened spite housing. If the neighbors report him to the city for the noise violations, that he will build giant houses right in front of their houses. He has lied about the sound mitigations that he's going to do for the last 9 years. Sound has only gotten worse. I suspect he's lying to you guys about what he's doing now as well. He allows drinking on the premise without a liquor license. He's defied city orders to reduce the court to 7 for the original permit. He's repeatedly failed to meet the city deadlines and submit the necessary permits. He has failed multiple sound tests done by the city. He has amps, bands, parties, all without permits. The owner of Bobby Riggs' own HOA does not allow pickleball in their community. Has even cited the large damages that can come from that. They cuss, they yell all day, all night. They've urinated through fences into people's yards. They also go through one of the neighbors' yards to get into Bobby Riggs, jumping over the fence. And when those neighbors ask them not to do that, they get yelled at. Not great people. They park on our corners, ignoring the new daylighting laws. They park in front of the fire hydrant every day, even during red flag wind events. It's just a small sample size. We just asked you guys direct the staff to take care of this problem immediately.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Susan Turney. Following Susan will be Scott Campbell, Sydney Manger, and then Terry Ann Skelly.
Susan Turney, Encinitas, not pickleball. State success in meeting our arena numbers is appalling, as are the claims by former mayors Blake Spear and Kranz, recently Deputy Mayor Lyons, that we are not meeting arena obligations as most other cities do. This portrayal of us as an offending loner is a lie that shames us into believing we're not sharing the pain and that we must embrace horrendous mega projects to do our part. February 2025 HCD data prove that we are not alone. In the fifth cycle, California cities met 5% of their low and very low allocations. A San Diego County grand jury revealed that the Sandag region met that same 5%. These sources do not support the lie that most cities are fulfilling their obligations. The sixth cycle shows no improvement to date. More than a third of all cities met 0% of their low and very low allocations. 4% of California cities statewide met 1% of both categories. Palos Verdes estate met 50% of its very low income allocation. They were assigned 2 units. They built 1 to achieve their whopping 50%. 5 cities met 50% of their low income allocations. They were assigned between 6 and 48 units. So building their 50% was easy. I'm excluding moderate and above moderate because virtually all cities meet or exceed market rate luxury housing goals, no surprise. I suggest that this council get regular HCD source reporting on all progress to date so you can be informed and tell the truth about RENA. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Susan. Good evening, Council. My name is Scott Campbell. I live in Encinitas District 1. And I'm sidetracked. We're going to talk about Bobby Riggs a little bit. I remember he was a male chauvinist pig, so it's pretty funny hearing now he's a humor thing. We heard from the community, the real community. We heard from people earlier, they pay to be part of this Bobby Riggs community. Anyways, I'm here to talk about safety. Bruce, you're getting passed by bikes. Are we old here? I mean, we got this Vision Zero, and I collected some data today from the Sandag Traffic Safety Dashboard. It only goes back to 2022, but I think there's some strong trends here that show we are very well on the way towards overall safety. There's no real need to accelerate. In fact, if you accelerate, we risk getting out of control. Maybe we should cruise along and keep going with what we're doing as far as safety. It would be a more prudent access. We don't want to do burnouts. That's not safe for anybody. Let's go back to Bobby Riggs. I think what we have here is called an attractive nuisance. And those are code violations. I heard tonight lights. We've heard about lights. We've heard about sound. I wear these things. I don't wear them when I'm gardening because my backyard's a freeway. I don't want to amplify the freeway. That's not fun at all for anybody. And the last thing on the safety, I urge people to drive around and look where tires are hitting the curbs. That will tell you where places are unsafe. And we can say it's speed, or maybe we can say the lanes are too narrow. And that's all I have for this session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sydney. Following Sydney will be Terry Ann Skelly, Elena Thompson, and then Julie Madden.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sydney Menger, and I'm in 7th grade. At my school, we are doing an independent research project this year, meaning you can do a deep dive into any one of your passions. For my project, I'm focusing on the huge worldwide problem of climate change. I'm passionate about this because this is affecting my future, and it makes me upset seeing people treat the earth like it doesn't matter. In Encinitas, I have noticed 3 main issues. The first problem is the rising sea levels. In 2100, the sea level in Encinitas is expected to rise 6.6 feet. Since in a lot of places there are bluffs, houses, roads, and even trail hikes above the water, there is nowhere for the beach to retreat when it does rise, which will lead to major city destruction. I care about this because I love going to the beach, to boogie board, swim, and have my birthday party. The beach is one of the things that makes Encinitas so special, and I can't imagine life without it. The second main problem is that there are not a lot of options for public transportation. We are a relatively small town, which means that when we have to drive everywhere, we are putting out a lot of fossil fuels for no reason. Some areas have bike roads, but biking is still not the safest option. This is personal to me because my 15-year-old brother got into a serious e-bike accident that was not his fault. He fully recovered, but this wouldn't have happened if the roads were safer to bike on. The third main problem is the use of plastic. Encinitas has already made great progress by banning thin plastic bags, but there is a major loophole. Many stores still distribute thick plastic bags labeled as reusable, even though most people don't actually reuse them. These bags still end up in landfills, on our streets, and worst of all, in our ocean. I care about this because as a coastal city, we have a responsibility to protect marine life and reduce plastic waste. Here are some ideas I have to help with these problems. I know there are way more solutions and things we can do I haven't thought of yet. To help the bluffs, the city can prioritize investing in beach nourishment programs, which add sand to beaches and to combat erosion. Additionally, planting native vegetation and creating living shorelines could help protect the coastal areas and increase resilience. To improve public transportations, we can start by improving bike lanes to ensure the safety of our bikers and e-bikers. To help lower the use of plastic, we can make stricter bans on plastic bags and/or ban plastic utensils and straws. These are only a few ideas and starter points. I know this is a lot of information to take into consideration. Thank you so much for listening to me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And sometimes age has privilege. So in this case, younger.
Next speaker is Terry Ann Skelly, followed by Elena Thompson, Julie Matta, and then Derek Berg.
Good evening, Encinitas City Council and Mayor Ehlers. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I came this evening to share some thoughts about how our community looks to us and how it is perceived by others. The cannabis billboards around town marketing pot and marijuana storefronts encouraging smoking, vaping, and consumption make our community unattractive and unsafe. And since I have young adult children, I would remind this City Council that the National Safety Council has announced repeatedly that intoxicating cannabis products can have a major impact on safety of our roadways, especially in winter weather when it rains and there's winds and fog. Because marijuana use slows reaction time, impacts memory, and impairs skills essential to driving. Thanks to our sheriff and other law enforcement for aggressively sending out media messages regarding drug-impaired driving, and for utilizing freeway signboards stating, "Drive high, get a DUI." Perhaps these messages could also be clearly stated around the premise of these marijuana storefronts. And since young adults, cannabis use generates decreased cognitive function, impacts on attention, memory, learning, and educational vocational attainment, perhaps it is time for the Wellgreens Pot Shop signs at the intersection of Manchester and I-5, where students are traveling to and from Miracosta College, should come down. It would be a step forward in a world that bombards our youth with messages that encourages marijuana use, and at least it would show that our city cares enough to interrupt pot profiteers. Thank you for hearing my concern.
Thank you.
Good evening, Elena Thompson, Encinitas. Nice to see you all. So as the new Encinitas leadership team embarks on your new common sense policy making with focus on local control and public safety, as well as fiscal stewardship, I wanted to bring to your attention a concern that many of us in the community have, and that is about the growing the Downtown Community Resource Center's application proposal to expand their operation in our downtown on an entire city block. Now, one of the principles of real estate is location, location, location. And I would just urge you, with your common sense policy making, to really think about this, because this is a bad location for this expansion. And in fact, it's a bad location for the overall business operation. Maybe just like Bobby Riggs is not a good location anymore. So I'm going to encourage you all to look into helping this valuable community resource that we do have in our city find a better place to expand. And my suggestions tonight for all of you are, number one, to pause on any permits or anything moving forward relative to any of our homeless strategy in the city right now. We need to bring back the homeless action plan to the city, to the residents, and have a public discussion, and that would involve everything that falls under the HAP, whether it's the expansion of the CRC, whether it's grant money to nonprofits, regulating nonprofits, all of the above. It needs to be a public discussion. And then secondly, to have as part of that HAP coming back, not one agenda item on the city council meeting, but a real community forum where all of us and other residents maybe watching can be part of that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Julie Madden, and I'm here because I think we should feel safe on our streets walking in Encinitas, and I don't think we should feel threatened or nervous. I have a 5-year-old granddaughter that I walk with sometimes in Encinitas, and on our way to get bread from Prager Brothers, we couldn't walk on the sidewalk because there was a homeless person intoxicated and screaming things, and I had to pick her up, walk onto the street, and walk around. On our way back, this person had gotten up and was now walking on the sidewalk as if they were going to fall off the sidewalk. When she saw him, she ran to the closest parked car to hide, closest parked car near us. I had to pick her up again, go onto the street around this person and let her know, what it means. We had to have a long talk. As a 5-year-old, that's tough, 5-year-old little girl. Fast forward a couple months later, and I'm walking on the rail trail with my husband and our now 2-year-old grandson and the same granddaughter, and we hear screaming and we hear pounding, and we look through the bushes, and there's another homeless person, and he's banging on cars and he's kicking cars with his feet. And we're picking up our pace so that we don't scare our grandkids. We're headed to the park. That'll come. No, Glen Park. And we're walking, and instead of missing him, he comes across the street towards the rail trail where all these people, this is a Sunday afternoon at like 1, and the other time was a Saturday afternoon. And I was scared to death. I threw her in the stroller and ran as fast as I could to Glen Park, sweating. My husband was behind me. And when he arrived, he's like, do you want me to get the car so we don't have to walk by this same area again, where these people are sometimes in the bushes and things. Anyhow, I feel bad for them. I feel bad for the homeless people and their dignity. And I don't think they should be allowed to be like that on our streets in Encinitas in the middle of the day.
Okay, thank you.
Council and Mayor, thank you for having me. My name is Derek Berg, and I am here to inform you that the current Encinitas SB 9 ordinance is not in compliance with the state and may be subject to state enforcement. This has all been informed to the planning staff and higher-ups in planning. I won't mention names. I wanted to mention that there is misinterpretation when the SB 9 was rushed into order here with the council back in December of 22. It was updated and set final in the municipal code in September of 2024 with no changes to that. I'm going to read two quotes. One is from the California HCD fact sheet. It says, 4-foot side and rear setbacks. SB 9 establishes an across-the-board maximum 4-foot side and rear setback. The local agency may choose to apply a lesser setback, for example, 0 to 4 feet, but it cannot apply a setback greater than 4 feet. The local agency cannot apply existing side and rear yard setbacks that would be applicable in the single-family residential zone. It's pretty clear. Additionally, the 4-foot side and rear yard setback standards are not subject to modification. Quite clear. I have a quote from discussion with a representative at HCD. I'll read to you before I leave. The local agency cannot impose setbacks larger than 4 feet on the side and rear of the property under any conditions. The legislation explicitly states that the side and rear setbacks for primary units in the context of SB 9 are set at a maximum of 4 feet, and this standard is not subject to modification. This means the agency cannot apply existing setbacks or impose any larger setbacks beyond the specified minimum. The local agency cannot impose larger setbacks, even due to height. Happy to speak with you later. Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you. And actually, if you could talk to staff afterwards, that'd be helpful.
I have to leave, but I would love to schedule that.
Is there any, we can get somebody to come in and just talk. I want to make sure you have direct contact with staff so we get the information. We can't comment on oral comments because it wasn't agendized, but we can refer to staff.
If you just want to come up and you can put your contact information on your speaker slip.
Was that it as far as?
That concludes oral
Okay.
communications.
Okay.
What is your name? For oral communications? No, you have it for item 10A. We're just on oral communications.
Did you mean to do oral communications, or which one?
I meant not to be here for 4 or 5 hours.
Well, no, I'm asking.
Item 10A for
Are you
the
talking about 10A?
I just went with what they said. I'm here to talk about the CRC.
Yeah.
Okay, great, great. You're at 10A. That's the correct one. You're at the right one. So the next item is, we're moving on to, we just finished oral communications. We did not have a closed session, so we have no item 6, report closed session. And number 7 is changes to the agenda. Are there
And
any?
there are no additional changes to the posted agenda other
Okay.
than the rescheduling of the
Item
sheriff's.
4A,
Yes.
yeah, which we already talked about.
Yes.
And then item 8 is the consent calendar. Do we have any public comments or any of them pulled?
No items have been removed by members of the public.
And would the council like to pull any of the consent calendar?
Yes, I'd like to talk about item 8H.
So 8H.
Correct.
Any others? If not, can I have a motion to approve all but 8H?
A motion to approve all but 8H on the consent calendar.
And,
I'll second.
okay, we got a motion and a second.
That motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item 8H.
Okay, and do you need a staff report?
No, I want to keep this moving.
Okay.
On a consent item unless anybody else on council would like a staff report.
Nope. So you can skip the staff report and we'll go directly to the question.
All right, so I understand this is a year 5 and 6 of the continuation of a contract. I'm looking at the price tag, and I keep coming back to this, and I mentioned this in our briefing. I struggle with the fact that we're not putting this out to bid. $186,000 for an arborist seems like maybe we should start hiring one for the city. I think that would cost less for the same number of hours. So I'm curious what the process is or how we can get to the point where we're not spending $370,000 over the course of 2 years on an arborist that I understand is a little more than part-time.
Good evening, Mayor
Hi.
and Council.
Sylvester Mabry, Public Works.
Thank you.
With me this evening, I have Jared Elmore and Phil Horn from Public Works Administration. This contract amendment request is due to a change in the scope of services. We're adding additional street right-of-way trees to our maintenance program, and we're also adding palm weevil inspections for our over 200 plus palm trees. Dudek is our city's arborist. They have a lot of knowledge of our city as far as our urban forest is concerned. We have 2 years left in the contract. We have been happy with their service. We'll take any more questions.
How many hours a week do we use the arborist?
They're out there weekly. They're inspecting the city, setting up our grid pruning schedule for our other contractor, our maintenance contractor, WCA. So they're out there weekly. Also, if there are any liability concerns as far as ficus trees, they're providing us recommendations so we can act accordingly to save the city as far as liability is concerned.
Is it a full-time job, or is it a one person? How many hours a week are they putting in? I assume we have a report on that.
To my knowledge, they have one person that's dedicated, fully dedicated.
Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Jared Elmore, Senior Management Analyst from Public Works. It varies seasonally. There's a program that we run annually, and so there are peaks and troughs in that program. There's 3 individuals, I think, indicated in the new rate sheet that was included with the amendment. Those 3 individuals have different tasks, different responsibilities, and so there's no simple question for how many hours per week. It depends when you're asking that, but it generally averages to about an FTE. And so on an apples-to-apples basis, right, you'd be looking for an FTE with these specialties, the combination of the whole team, which would be difficult to find, and you'd be looking for it at that price point. So just a little background, the decision to have an independent contracted arborist was a decision of council at the inception of this program. So your question with regard to cost efficiency, I think probably is relevant when we go out to bid again, and that would of course be on the timetable that council directs. But just some background, the 2 other program designs besides the independent contracted arborist are staff arborists, which is typical of programs that have their tree maintenance in-house under parks, or the alternative is to have a contract with the arborist services incorporated with the tree maintenance. Council specifically directed that we not do that, and the fear was that the arborist opinions would be influenced by the possibility of greater work on the tree maintenance side, and so they would over-specify the maintenance schedule. So council directed that we divide those responsibilities and that the person responsible for one not benefit from the work provided by the other. So we would probably lean toward the staff option like you're suggesting if we wanted to maintain that neutrality and independence. But the price point, I could not give you a fair market value for that kind of a job at this point. It may behoove the city to consider class and comp for that type of a position. And we'd certainly be open to that as well as discussions about value and cost at the renegotiation or next procurement opportunity.
I think that's helpful. I think just in diligence, first off, I appreciate the explanation of the services they provide. That is very helpful in the picture of this. In the process of diligence, I'd love to see contracts like this go to bid more often to make sure we're getting the best result, and we're not simply handing on a contract that we continue on out of convenience, but out of diligence to the residents. So I appreciate the explanation. I'm okay to move forward on this at this time. I definitely would like to see this consideration of bidding projects like this, so this one, and once it does come up again, out. If that's something we can do.
Is that a motion? We have a speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
Brad Lefkowitz.
Hello, Council. I'll keep it brief. I wasn't
prepared for this, didn't think it would be pulled. Speaking here as a member of UFAC, I've had the pleasure of working with Dudek quite a lot over my 1.5 or 2 years there. A couple notes I just want to make sure we're clear on. There's always going to be a cheaper bid in landscape. I'm sure, Joy, you know that. So in this particular field, if you're going out to bid for arborists, there's going to be cheaper bids out there, but that usually you get what you pay for it, in my experience as a landscape professional. The other point I want to make, if you're thinking about a change, of course, here in the future, the institutional knowledge that they have, the amount of time they've put into all of the different trees we have in our city is incredibly valuable in a way that I think might not apply to some other bids that you'd be looking at for other aspects of the city. So the cost, the loss of knowledge there is, I don't know how you quantify that, but I just want to put some caution out there for this item. Thank you.
Was that it? Okay. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thanks. I will move approval of this item, but I do want to say that a couple things. And one is that I've worked with Dudek in many different occasions, and I've looked at the scope of work. I like the fact in this case that we have several different professionals to pull from their office, because I think each one of them provides a different lens and a different expertise. So in that regard, I'm happy to continue to support this contract through this amendment with the additional scope of work activity. But I'm also going to be happy to reconsider it when this is done and look at either going out for, bid for other consultants who can fill the role, or look at, are we at a point where we need to bring this kind of expertise in-house? And I'm just going to say that there's a few things we're talking around. We've heard people say maybe we need a natural resource manager as well. We do have natural resource expertise being provided by a consultant, so we've got that as a consultant too. So I think in the time frame for reviewing this contract again, the timing might be right for seeing if this is a type of expertise we would do better bringing in-house. So I just throw that out there, that's something I'd be willing to consider. But for what's in front of us here today, I move approval.
Okay, I'm going to hop in there. I'll second the motion. I agree with I think everything you just said. The one thing, I like the explanation of splitting the inspection from the actual work. And this number, the dollar amount here is actually much, much smaller than it's typically over $1 million, maybe just under $2 million for West Coast arborists for the actual work. So I always think of my time is up. Yeah. So, sorry, I guess I'm done. Yeah. So I just wanted to put it in perspective. It's like 1 to 2 million. I forget the exact number. I see the checks go out as we approve those. But I think this is a very good balancing of external or separation of powers, so to speak. So with that, we'll move to Councilmember O'Hara.
I just want to clarify, this is not a critique. This is not a critique of Dudek or the work they've done. This is making sure that we're diligent in the process. I know that I have a carpenter that comes to my house who I think does a fantastic job. I also know I put it out for bid because every time he comes back to me, something comes up and I get charged extra. And there's more to it. It's not simply what the contract is. It never is. And so I just want to make sure being diligent, that's all. And I appreciate the work. I appreciate all the explanations. I will be voting yes on Deputy Mayor Lyons' motion and Mayor Eller's second. So.
Okay, great. And with that, we will call the question.
And that motion does carry unanimously.
And that takes us to item 10A. And so this is a public hearing. So we have a procedure for public hearings. And first step is we will have a report from staff. Then we will ask the council to disclose any other information that they may have received that is not included in the staff report. We can then have preliminary questions from council, and then we'll open the public hearing, and then we'll close the public hearing, and we'll discuss and take action. So with that,
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. I'm Cindy Schubert, a management analyst on the Policy Planning and Housing team. I'd like to introduce our consultant, Dominique Clark, a director at RSG, who will be presenting the draft fiscal year 2025 through 29 consolidated plan, and Melinda Dacey, our housing services manager.
Good evening. As was stated, my name is Dominique Clark. I'm with RSG, and we are a consultant brought in to assist the city in completing the consolidated plan. So just to provide some brief background, the consolidated plan is related to CDBG, which stands for Community Development Block Grants. The city of Encinitas has been a recipient of CDBG funds since 1990. The funds are received annually from HUD, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. CDBG funding has to meet specific criteria, and those are shown here. There's 3 national objectives. One is to benefit people who are earning low to moderate incomes. The second is to meet urgent needs. And the third is to prevent or eliminate blight in low to moderate income communities. And those objectives are established by HUD. The amount of funding that each jurisdiction receives in terms of CDBG varies by jurisdiction, and it's based on a formula that is done at the federal level. That formula factors in population size, poverty level, as well as other demographic and economic data. As of yet, HUD has not announced how much jurisdictions will receive in the next fiscal year, but we're anticipating that it'll be approximately $273,884 of CDBG funds. So today we're talking about the draft consolidated plan, which is a planning document that's required to be submitted to HUD every 5 years as a condition of continually receiving housing and community development funding. The consolidated plan assists the city in determining the following needs, which are based on data and community outreach. Those needs are shown here. So those are housing and homeless needs, economic development needs, public facilities and infrastructure needs, as well as community service needs. So the consolidated plan is a rather lengthy document, and it includes multiple sections. One is a needs assessment. The second is a market analysis. The third is a strategic plan. And then the final section is the first annual action plan, which will cover the 25 to 26 period. So the consolidated plan is just one of 3 reports that HUD requires. So the next slide shows the other reports. So we like to explain it as say, do, and show. So first, in the 5-year consolidated plan, you say what you're going to do with the funding over the next 5 years, what your general goals and priorities are. And then every year, you have to submit an annual action plan. And in that report, you say what you're going to do specifically in the next year to work towards those 5-year goals. And then lastly, you have to show what you did at the end of the fiscal year. So it's a constant reporting cycle. You say what you're going to do for the next 5 years, then you say what you're going to do in the next year, and then once the year's over, you say what you did. So as you can see, there's a lot of accountability and transparency that's required in utilizing these federal funds. So this slide shows the consolidated plan process. The first step was community and stakeholder engagement, which took place from October to December of 2024. And then based on all that feedback that we received from the community and stakeholders, we drafted a consolidated plan. And then we're at the third step right now, which is tonight's public hearing, at which we're presenting the draft consolidated plan. And then tomorrow we will open a public review and comment period that has to be at least 30 days. And then we will take those comments and incorporate them into the plan. And we will have a second public hearing on April 16, 2025, to allow the council to consider approval of the updated consolidated plan. And then finally, once we finalize the document and also including the final HUD allocation amounts, we will then submit the document to HUD by May 15th. So the next slide gives more detail about how we engage both stakeholders and the community, which are shown here. We did it in 5 different ways. So first, we had a survey that we distributed to stakeholders. That took place from mid-October to mid-November, and we received 7 responses to that survey. Then on October 28th, we had a virtual stakeholder meeting at which 7 stakeholders attended. Then from early November to early December, we had a survey distributed to the community, and it was available both in hard copy format at City Hall, and it was also online. We received 180 responses to that survey, which was great. And then we had 2 separate community meetings, one at the beginning of November, one at the beginning of December. Between both meetings, 12 people attended those meetings. So just to give you a snapshot of some of the data that we received in this public engagement process, this slide shows one of the questions that was in the community survey, which we asked, in your opinion, what are the 3 areas of greatest community need in Encinitas? And again, we had 180 people respond to the survey, and this slide shows the results from that particular question. And the way to read it is at the top, it says infrastructure was the need most commonly ranked within the top 3. And so nearly 70% of the 180 people who took the survey included that in the top 3. And then over 40% ranked homeless services in the top 3, and so on. So the next slide talks a little bit about the needs assessment that's part of the consolidated plan. So we referenced a lot of data sources, which are shown here. And the next, I apologize if we can go back to the last slide. So based on all of the input that we received from the public and from the stakeholders, we drafted several consolidated plan goals, which are shown here. The first being fair housing. So all jurisdictions that receive CDBG funding are required to take meaningful actions to promote fair housing, which includes activities such as fair housing education and outreach. So that's included. Secondly, homeless services. So that's supportive services to individuals and families experiencing homelessness. Next is renter and homeowner assistance, which includes rehabilitation of housing units as well as down payment and rental assistance. Next is affordable housing, which is assisting in the creation and preservation of affordable rental and homeownership units. Next is public improvements, which includes things like streets, sidewalk, and park improvements. Next is public infrastructure, which includes things like transportation, water, and sewer systems. And finally, public services, which are supportive services for vulnerable populations, which includes people with low to moderate incomes and or special needs, including youth and seniors. And then, as I mentioned, one of the national objectives is to use the funding for people or areas experiencing low and moderate income. So this map shows the census tracts in Encinitas with the highest percentage of low to moderate income communities. So for projects that are area-based, they have to be in one of these tracts, which are highlighted in yellow. And with that, I will turn it back over to Cindy Schubert to discuss the funding requests and recommendations for the next fiscal year.
So as a reminder, to be eligible for funding, all programs and activities must meet one of 3 national objectives, be an eligible use of funds, and meet a city priority as identified in the city's 5-year consolidated plan. So the fiscal year 2025-26 CDBG estimated award for the city of Encinitas is approximately $273,000. Funds are generally parceled into 3 main categories. First, public services are programs that directly assist specific populations. It's important to note that the funding cap for public services is 15% of the total annual grant. Second, planning and administration, which includes fair housing services, is limited to 20%. And lastly, other, which can include facility improvement, public infrastructure, or residential rehabilitation. There's no funding cap for this category. As a part of the annual CDBG funding process, staff issued a request for proposals in December of 2024. Current and previous subrecipients were notified. An advertisement was placed in the Coast News, was posted at City Hall and on the city's website. The RFP noticed the availability of funds and the opportunity to submit responses for eligible programs and activities. 4 public service requests were received for a total of approximately $75,000. Because the public service category is limited to approximately $41,000, which is the 15%, the recommended amounts for the Community Resource Center, Meals on Wheels, and Boys and Girls Club are less than what was requested. The requested amount of approximately $55,000 for planning and administration, which includes fair housing, is recommended. It's also recommended that the Development Services Department receive the requested amount of approximately $178,000 for the residential rehabilitation program. The residential rehabilitation program rehabilitates housing owned by low to moderate income residents, and many of the recipients are on a fixed income. The program focuses on health and safety code, lead-based paint, and handicapped accessibility. As requested by Deputy Mayor Lyons, I have included a few photos highlighting recent projects which show upgrades to exterior decking, steps and railings, and installation of energy-efficient windows and exterior paint. Additional examples of recent projects include interior painting, roof replacement, water heater replacement, flooring, and bathroom rehabilitation. The draft fiscal year 2025 through 29 con plan and the annual action plan will be available for public review and comment from March 13th through April 12th. Please note that the plans will be available for review through Monday, April 14th at 5 p.m. since April 12th falls on a Saturday. These documents are available on the city's website, on the Housing Resources page, at the Development Services Department front counter, at the Community and Senior Center, and at both the Encinitas and Cardiff libraries. To conclude, staff recommends that City Council provide comments on the draft fiscal year 2025 through 29 consolidated plan, which is attachment 1 to the staff report. Authorize the allocation of CDBG funds for eligible activities outlined in attachment 2 and in the analysis section of the agenda report for incorporation into the draft fiscal year 2025 through 26 annual action plan, and continue the public hearing to April 16th, 2025 to gather public input prior to the council's consideration of the fiscal year 2025 to 26 annual action plan. This concludes the presentation, and we are available for questions.
Okay. First step I'll do is go down the line with disclosures. Start with Councilmember San Antonio. Any disclosures?
No disclosures.
No disclosures.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And I have nothing to disclose also. Any preliminary questions? I don't think so. And public speakers, how many?
5.
5. Okay, 3 minutes each, and we'll do public speakers. Please move up to the front.
Opening the public hearing?
Oh, yes. I just opened the public hearing. So,
Okay, first 3 speakers, John Van Cleef, Martin Tracy, and then Marinique Vandervaart. Thank you.
Mayor Ellers, members of the City Council, my name is John Van Cleef. I'm the CEO of Community Resource Center, and I'm here to support staff proposal on the funding for the organizations involved. And I would also ask the City Council to consider a practice that's done the last 2 years of funding from the general fund the full balance of the 3 organizations requested under the portion, which would be an additional $14,040 from the general fund to support our work in the community. Just want to address one thing too, as I read and prepared for this evening. Community Resource Center is not in violation of municipal code, has not been notified of any violation of municipal code, and we will always operate within municipal code. It was in written comments submitted to the council. So as we've been a part of this community for 46 years now, we're involved in helping our neighbors create paths to healthy food, stable homes, and safe relationships. In addition to our offices in Encinitas, we have service offices in the city of Carlsbad and also located at One Safe Place in San Marcos. Our services connect across a web of safety net services that address prevention, they address trauma and crisis, stabilization, as well as recovery, telemetry, and self-sufficiency along the way. We've seen a pretty dramatic increase of need, and our application is to support our food and nutrition program. We've seen a really dramatic increase of need for food services in the last 5 years in particular. This is a food distribution for CRC at all locations. In 2023, we helped 4,388 unique individuals. In 2024, 4,927 unique individuals. So that's a 12% increase overall. One of the things I want to be sure and highlight is we do serve Encinitas residents. So the numbers in this second chart reflect Encinitas residents. One of the things I want to draw attention to is that 17% of the people come to us who are Encinitas residents fall in the category. They come every day for a program called First Light. So they are chronically hungry, and many of them are chronically homeless. This is about 85 unique individuals a year. You see the majority of the people who come to CRC for service are other. 83% are families, seniors, and working individuals. When we look at the age demographics of the people we serve, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
My name's Martin Tracy. I bought my first house in Encinitas in '98. Forgive me for my lack of understanding in your process. I've been working 60 hours a week for the last 35 years in a for-profit business, and I am the cross-the-street neighbor of the CRC. I first reached out to them about 4 years ago and was ignored based on the problems that their management of their resources is having on 2nd Street. I reached out a couple of years ago, and the CEO was dismissive of my concerns, as he tends to be in meetings. So I'm here to say I'm offended that you're going to give my tax dollars to people that are putting a blight on this community. I live with it every single day. Urination, people trashing my place. I had vandalism on my gate last week. And the reality of it is that when you say you're serving the residents, well, despite my work schedule, I've taken to taking photos. And no, I don't spend any time on social media. But just this week, camper vans from Oregon, Arizona, other states are showing up, half blocking my driveway, leaving garbage around. The bottom line is there's something wrong with it. And I really object to it, and I'm not going anywhere, despite the fact that they're being poor neighbors to us has forced me to sell the building that I bought in 2014 to run a for-profit business in Encinitas where people could enjoy it, go to lunch, do things, and my people stopped coming to work. The ladies that work with me didn't want to come to work in the morning first. I had to put up gates, and in the end, this isn't about the community they're serving or anything else. It's the job they're doing and just throwing the problem back to the sheriff, to myself, and everyone else. I work with the San Diego Center for Children, have for 20 years, and I've been affected personally by mental issues. I've lost 2 friends, but in the end, there has to be a responsibility to this city in what they do. And unfortunately for them, I'm now an employee after selling the business, which means I have free time. So that's all I've got to say.
And then following the next speaker is Patty Stottlemyre and then Elena Thompson.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to kind of meet you all. My name's Marinika Vandervoort. Not easy to say, so I didn't set you up for success. I'm the CEO at the Boys and Girls Clubs of Northwest San Diego, which many of you hopefully are familiar with the former Boys and Girls Clubs of San Diego. And I believe the last time I spoke here, I was talking about a pending merge, and we have successfully merged with the Boys and Girls Clubs of Oceanside. And all that means is we get to serve more, do more, and be better. So we're really excited about that. But ladies, thank you for all your work. That was very informative, educational for me. And I'm simply here to represent the club, show gratitude, because the only way we can serve our youth is through partnerships and through funding, obviously. We give over $650,000 a year in financial assistance. Over 2,000 of our members reside in the city of Encinitas. We're very proud of that. Our services are through sports, through our 2 sites, one at Oceanal and Elementary School, and the other that is called the Grissett branch that's connected to Degano Middle School, if you're not familiar with that. Really, again, just here to show gratitude. The funding that was requested is specifically for the youth of Encinitas to attend our summer camps. And we know that the kids that attend our services will be safe and have a brighter future. That's it for me. Thank you very much for your efforts, and I hope to be able to meet some of you on a more personal level, and I'm always available. So thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members. Okay, first of all, I'd like to say I do appreciate Community Resource Center for a lot of things they've done, but I also empathize with the neighbor that just spoke too. So, wow. Okay, the consolidated plan cycle. Number 1, they have importance, assist in increasing and preserving affordable housing. How was this plan managed in 2020? Okay, newly constructed 3-bedroom, 3-bath Cardiff home sold $138,000. Now that's pretty affordable. Many qualified low-income buyers in line to buy. City of Encinitas designates the buyer to private equity group controlled by Blackstone. $1 trillion in assets. They aren't buying up all the houses, just the most important ones, like the ones here in Encinitas. What are the underlying drivers of San Diego and Encinitas housing crisis? Do we have a housing shortage in Encinitas or a housing monopoly in Encinitas? Fair housing, education. How did that work in the last planning cycle? Should we let outside interests dictate policy to our city? A little bit more about Blackstone. My friend lives in the senior apartments on Requesa, and just bought by Blackstone. She got it out of the person that did the inspection there. Fortunately, she's on HUD housing, so she gets to stay, but I'm sure many seniors have probably had to leave there due to the rent increase. And the manager told her that the people that are coming in new now are much younger and have jobs to be able to afford that rent. So maybe we should save up our money for an antitrust attorney. Thank you.
Hi again. Just briefly, I wanted to return to my earlier comment about fiscal stewardship. And I think that why this program is noteworthy on a number of levels, the real question is, does $273,000 pay for staff, a consultant? I mean, what are we really getting for all the time even discussing it here tonight? And so I would encourage you guys to look at that, because I think taking this HUD federal money not only has a lot of strings attached, but I think we're probably not breaking even on the program. And, you know, the HUD money is really dedicated for blight and slum prevention. I mean, this is Encinitas. So it's one thing to repair the siding on a couple mobile homes, but overall, I think we just need to look very closely at the program and make sure that we're not just on autopilot doing it year after year, every 5-year cycle. And then when it comes to the infrastructure being the number one thing that people cited, that's not what this program is about, is infrastructure. And when it does also talk about housing and homelessness, that's where I was encouraging you before to bring back the homeless action plan and push the pause button on this stuff. You have until May 16th, I think is what was out there. So don't feel rushed tonight to be making decisions and hitting the yes button without a full analysis. I think that again comes back to common sense programming and fiscal stewardship and local control, not letting the federal government and HUD tell us what we need to do in our city with their programs. Thank you.
That does conclude speakers.
Okay, and so, public hearing, close public hearing?
Keep the public hearing open.
Okay, keep the public hearing open. Why?
On this particular one, because we're continuing the public hearing after the public comment period, we're continuing the public hearing.
So we're gonna
Specific date of April 16th.
Ah, okay, so one of the actions here is to continue date certain?
Yes.
Okay, so in that way we can take public comment then. If we close it here tonight, we wouldn't be able to reopen it then, is my understanding, correct? Correct. So, okay, thank you, good. Thanks for bringing that up. With that, anybody want to hop in, or I will? I'll start off with a few comments, if I can find where I put them. First one is on the funding level. One of the staff provided me with a history of the funding level, and we're at $273,000 this year. And if you go back, each year it's been dropping. It's been getting smaller and smaller, and it peaked around, well, I looked back 5 years ago, or it was at, in 2020, it was 356,000, so over 80,000 more, and so it's dropping. So if the recipients are getting less, it's because the federal government is reducing the funding, as you might expect. And if you go back far enough, it was 10 years ago, it was at 281, so it's even down from 10 years ago. The second question I asked the staff, and they gave me a really good answer, and I think this gets to fiscal prudence, is how much does it cost us for the, and $42,000 every 5 years for RSG to come in and do this. And the in-between 4 years, we do it with staff. So there is some sunk cost we have in there. But at least I was concerned that if we were spending $200,000 and only getting $200,000 a year, it wasn't worth it. But at least we're netting over 100 and some odd thousand, and in off years we're getting the full amount. So that's good. Those are my opening comments. With that, I'll hand off to Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Those are really good questions. Thank you. That answered a few things for me. What was really helpful, well, many things were really helpful in this report, but what was really helpful is the public comment that we received and the summary of it, which identified infrastructure as 70% of, as far as the highest priority, homeless services 40%, and then the third priority was housing services. So I'm really happy about that. That to me tells me more from the public as far as what the public feels about this, in addition to what we've heard here in the public hearing. So can I ask a couple questions then about those top three priorities? When it comes to infrastructure, could you explain what's classified under infrastructure that we're looking to fund? Could you explain what that is? It traditional roadway infrastructure? I have a sense that it may not be.
So prior infrastructure projects that CDBG funding has contributed to, an example would be the Santa Fe project that's currently under construction. That project site is located within one of the community development block group tracts. And so you had seen the map on the screen earlier. So those infrastructure improvements can also include ADA improvements in those areas as well.
All right, thank you. And that would then fall under the 177,508, which is proposed for 2025-26 funding. Those kinds of things would fall under that category?
They would go in that bucket, yes.
Okay. I see that we're also able to invest money in administration of this grant, so that goes to Mayor Ayler's question about how much is it costing us to run the services needed for administering this grant. And that the maximum allowed is $54,616 in this upcoming cycle. I only see that we have predicted somewhere around, I think I wrote it down here. You may have it. 34,616. Did I misunderstand something there? Those numbers are really similar, only 20,000 apart. Or
Yeah, for administration, we are recommending 34,616 of that amount, the total amount of 54,616, and 20,000 would go towards our fair housing services specialist.
oh, thank you for that clarification. Everyone's telling me page 6.
Sorry, there's a little exception that you can count the Legal Aid Society money as administrative money, but that's going to help homeless, or not homeless, but people in need of legal services, fair housing.
Correct.
Right, but it gets to fall under one of the other caps.
And I'll just conclude by saying that it's unfortunate that this amount goes down every cycle as the need dramatically increases. I'm happy to accept this money and to use it in the good ways proposed here. And I would like to just verify that if we so choose, could we add from the general fund to increase each of the requests, each of the individual entities to make sure that they receive what they request instead of what's recommended?
Yes, that has been done in the past, and that's up to council's discretion.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember O'Hara.
Thank you for a very robust report. Looking into this and all the pieces of it, coming back to 2023, we had 28 billion go out the door at the state and just disappear. To how do we affect the impact on that at the local level, where the county really does 90% of our homeless outreach and homeless programs, and I apologize if I'm not saying the correct terms, that is not the intention. And we're about 10%. So how do we impact that 10%? How do we help the neighbors around these in this case, these three nonprofits? How do we make sure that there is an accountability added to it? That we are monitoring the outcomes, how that money is spent specifically, and the situations in which happen, whether what happens when people go out the door, what happens when their long-term effect, repeat customers, all different things. I would like to talk about adding a version of an MOU to the items that are on page 5. I don't believe this table has a number to it for FY 2025-2026 for the $55,000 allotment. I would like to talk about attaching an MOU to those with respect to each three. I think is very different. I know LASSD is also, along with that, with the programming administration. Those already have MOUs, essentially. We're contracted with LASSD. City of Encinitas, obviously, we are publicly disclosing where that money's going and what the result is through reports like this. I would really like to dial down on some sort of an MOU. And I don't know if we want to expand that discussion more. I think we've heard a lot of points, we've heard a lot of discussion. I'm going to yield for the moment and just leave it right there.
Okay, Councilmember San Antonio.
On this same thing for the 55,000, I was just wondering, how did, like the Boys and Girls Club, did they request that 15,000, or is there a reason they didn't request more, or did everybody request more?
Those are the amounts that they did request in their application.
Okay. Is there some reason we can give them more if we deemed?
You certainly can.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, in speaking to the kind of going off of what both the mayor and Councilmember O'Hare is saying, the numbers have been dropping over the last, however many years, but the needs have been going up. Can you expand on that? Why is the funding becoming less from our federal government if they see the needs going up?
I would love to have an answer for that question. I do not know why funding has continued to go down. We don't have a say in what HUD gives to us. It's based on a pretty complex formula. As Dominique mentioned, it's population and needs assessments and the number of low-income people that live in our area. And it's all formula-based. And their bucket must be getting smaller, which affects what they give out, because it is formula-based.
Yeah, copy. For me, usually when there's a formula that's too complicated for the everyday person to understand, it's usually for, in my personal opinion and my personal experience, has been nefarious issues. And so it's troubling to see that the federal government is seeing this at a much greater lens than we have. And they're not willing to support it. So I'll just leave it right there for right now.
Okay, I'll hop in now. And kind of along the same lines, one of the reasons I asked the question about the history of the funding, I'm a bottom line guy. I want to see, are they putting money where their mouth is? And it's getting quieter and quieter and quieter, and I'm disappointed with that, but that's their choice. I would ask an additional question or make an additional point is, in this new administration, federal administration we're talking, the risk to this funding for this year and next year, because this is an estimate of what we might get, it could be zero, in which case we need to be careful. So I'm very concerned this year, but it is going down. So what was my other... question for staff. Last year, how much did we, was requested, and how much did we give, and how much was general fund? Do you know that question, that answer? I didn't ask you in briefing.
That's okay. I know how much was in general fund. It was about $1,800.
Yeah, so it's pretty small. This is getting 8,000, right, or 7,000 and change.
About
So,
14.
yeah, because the funding keeps dropping as we've seen. So I want to move on to the MOU comment, which I support 100%. We also had an MOU, I think it terminated last year with CRC in particular. I don't know. I don't think we had one with Meals on Wheels or Boys and Girls Club. I'll let staff respond.
Yeah, we do have contracts with each of our subrecipients.
Okay, we do have MOUs in all three cases.
Yes, we do.
And do we have performance standards in those contracts?
We do, and then we meet, the subrecipients quarterly give us their report on how many people they've served, racial and ethnicity, demographics, and then they turn in invoices that we go through and authorize, make sure that they're eligible for funding. We meet yearly as well. We visit in person on their site and take a quick tour and go through books and see where files are kept and get a view of the
Okay.
operations.
Excellent, thank you. And so maybe I misunderstood during our briefing. CRC used to run a program called Open Doors or Opening Doors. And did that come to a conclusion and that MOU ended, but there was another MOU that covers this kind of funding? Can you explain
Yeah, that's correct. Their Opening Doors was a city program in partnership with CRC, and I believe that MOU ended the end of last fiscal year.
But there was a
C-
second MOU in place, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Okay, great.
There's been an agreement with CRC and with CDBG funds for a number of years.
Okay, and I feel for the neighbors who, in fact, I'm going to tell a story. Well, we heard earlier tonight from people walking, not near CRC, but I literally have been down by CRC in the morning at 6 a.m., 7 a.m., just purposely walking, not just CRC, but 2nd Street, 101, walking around, walking with the sheriff one morning with Captain Watts, and seeing who's out there and who's walking around and and generally well-behaved. But they're standing there. Until last week, drove by and there is a man right in front of CRC, literally standing on the curb, pointed towards the building, urinating, just oblivious to the world around him. Clearly a homeless individual, very unkempt, just urinating. I was in shock. And I didn't know. Should I take a picture of them? Will I violate their personal rights, et cetera, et cetera? But clearly a problem. And if you go and talk to people down there, they run into it all the time, not just CRC, but this one happened to be right in front. And so I think I've talked about it before when I think about the time I got elected, I talked to Bob McElroy that runs and founded Alpha Project downtown, one of our largest homeless and addiction treatment providers, nonprofit providers. And he said a couple things to me. One, he said, when we ask homeless whether or not they live here, they generally answer yes. And we have no ability to investigate that. It's a privacy right, and it's self-reported, is what he said. So be aware that they will tend to tell you they live there because they think they'll get better treatment. Number two, he had a policy, and I really thought this was a great neighbor policy, is that he believes his people should police the immediate area so that things like the urination and whatnot do not happen, because to him that is a primary deliverable he owes. So where I'm going is I have a question. Can we put some type of requirement in an MOU that there's some performance standard on maintaining? I'm going to draw an analogy, and the analogy is from my planning commission experience. And when we are approving use permits or alcohol permits, we make the owner of the facility manage the queue out front. And they're responsible for not over-serving the people. And it's an analogy, it's not an exact analogy, but they're responsible for their behavior once they leave the premise to some degree, not fully. But what I would like to see, because we do have people materially next door, across the street, around the corner, that are being, and I'll use the term in our use permits, it has a materially detrimental effect on neighboring properties, and that is bad. And so if this was a use, I'd have a use permit. I don't have that. Can we do something with an MOU? And that's a question to staff.
I'd like to bring in the city attorney for the specifics of that. If that's something that we can certainly talk about.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what that might look like, but I think that's a conversation that we can have.
Yeah, certainly. It's definitely a conversation we can have. I need to discuss with staff what the parameters of the MOU could be, but an MOU certainly is a possibility.
Okay. Well, and it sounds like we already have one for this funding, so it'd be a matter of whether we can put performance criteria that I understand the number of meals served, and those metrics are great, but somehow policing the safety and to me, this is something that would come up as a report in the following year that would determine, do we continue that support, and so that all parties have something to gain and something to lose here. And right now, I feel like we're impacting the neighbors without having any ability to help them.
Yeah, measurable performance criteria are certainly a good idea.
Yeah, and objective in nature, and I don't know what they are, and I don't think, well, we obviously wouldn't be executing anything tonight, but what I'm looking for is direction to staff, and I sense that's where Jim was thinking too. So I went on a long time. I'll recognize now Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you. Good comments, good dialogue. Thank you. What I'd like to say as far as my own recommendation, which I sense there's some support for, is that we consider allotting the money associated with the request from the Community Resource Center, from Meals on Wheels, and from the Boys and Girls Club. And that would mean an additional $14,000 plus or minus from the general fund. They have put forward these requests based on specific objectives and specific programs that are tied to specific needs, financial needs. And by just adding an additional $14,000, which is a very small amount, I think we help them achieve the objectives we're hoping they will achieve in the contract and in the MOU. So we empower them then to say, yes, we can do everything that we're proposing to do, especially now that we have all the money that we've requested. So I think that's complementary to saying, let's have performance standards and talk about how we can evolve in our partnership with such valuable social services entities and community service entities. That's it for my comment.
Councilmember O'Hara.
Well, yeah, so I think I'm going to advance on what Bruce added. Did we reach out to any other organizations besides CRC, ST Rescue Mission, Alpha Project, any other ones, or is this the only organization we reached out to just out of habit?
We reached out to all our former subrecipients and anybody who has asked to be on our list to get that information. We advertised in the Coast News, on our website, and the city newsletter.
Okay, so that seems like something we can work on internally. I think the advertising broader, throwing a bigger net, would make a lot of sense for any of these ideas. So I'm going to disagree with Deputy Mayor Lyons. I don't think simply achieving your goals is enough. Hitting a number doesn't reflect on your impact on the community around you. And there's a very clear differentiation. You might serve, I think it was 415 families. I'm going to get back to that number for a reason, but 415 families, and that's great. That is a tangible, important impact, absolutely without a doubt. If we serve 415 families, that helps. If we impact 415 neighbors in a negative way, it offsets that help.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you every day there are questions about 2nd Street from businesses, from residents, and people who come to voice their challenges. I know several businesses that have moved. I spoke with the city manager who will tell you there is one business, prominent business that I will not name, that is thinking of leaving downtown. So achieving a goal is not enough. Mr. Van Cleef, I was a little frustrated with your presentation where you described all of the pitches for the CRC on 2nd Street. This is not about all of the programs you described. This is specifically for the 415 family meals that get served. And I think that's an important differentiation. We have to give the specific picture when we're up here. Otherwise, we're painting a picture that isn't even part of the discussion. So I would like to push back on this. I would like to go back. I'd like to have some sort of performance MOU that serves the community around the CRC. In a way that can be determined, it can be a discussion. But simply going by the numbers is not going to be enough, in my opinion, to serve the residents who live around the CRC. I yield the floor.
Councilmember San Antonio.
So I own a business on the 101. I own it. It's right across from La Paloma Theater. People come to my shop. As soon as they found out I was appointed, people started coming to the shop to say hi, to congratulate me, but then to also bend my ear. I guess I find the hard part, Mr. Van Cleef, that it's tough. You have a tough road ahead of you, but I can tell you right now, the first thing that happened, or one of the first things that everybody came over to tell me about was, can we take care of the homeless situation? That's not my district, but it's my city, and it's also where we've had our business for 36 years. So I've seen it. The homeless situation grow. I've had homeless situations. Matt Ironsmith, next door, the owner, almost got shot. That just happened 2 years ago. I'm not saying that is directly from the CRC, that happened directly from you, or your business, but it brings a certain, demographic to our 101, and it's tough. It's a tough sell to when I see this, that you're asking for funding, and I feel responsible when people are asking me, what can we do? Now that I'm in this position, I have a duty. Because I have a business down there, because I have to answer to somebody, I have to answer to these people out here and the people listening. It's tough. The reason I asked such a simple question was because I don't know what the Boys and Girls Club does this year or Meals on Wheels, but I know that growing up, they were helpful for me. So I was wondering if they only asked for $15,000, why could we not, I don't know if this is the right way but take more funding from the CRC to give it to overfund them. I don't know. I just, I have a duty to those people that come to me and ask me about the homeless situation that seems to keep growing. That seems to, you're only 1 block away from me. So believe me, when Mayor Ellers was telling me he walks down there, I see it because I'm down there all the time. I'm down there in the mornings, early in the mornings. I'm down there till, I used to be down there till late at night when I was younger, but not anymore. But I'm down there till 7, 8 o'clock at night. So I see the ups and downs of who shows up and who's walking the neighborhoods. So I get it. It's tough what you're having to deal with, but what's harder for me is we're beholden to our taxpayers. We're beholden to our citizens here who are paying money to be here, paying to live in this great city. And when they're asking for help and they're asking for what can we do, I can't just say, oh, well, it's going to go to pass the buck to the next guy or move it down the line, because I can't do that. So I don't know. I don't exactly know where to go from here, but it's definitely a big issue for me down there on the 101. So.
Okay. Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, I'm just going to voice my support for everything that the last 3 of you have just said. Drive through the town routinely. I'm in the water usually right around sunrise. And in the last 3 months, 4 months, I've been driving roads or places or locations I don't typically go if it's not the most effective route. But I take my time to go the long way, meaning Encinitas Boulevard or going down to 2nd Street, even through Leucadia. And the growing problem is I got a chance to speak to a professional today who informed me that there's a lot better ways to do this and to make sure that we move forward. And I'm more worried about something that was said earlier in the open comment or the public comments is the strings attached to this. And so I'm going to be in support of what Councilmember O'Hara is speaking to right now.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
So I hear my colleagues saying that homelessness is a problem, and I agree with that. It's probably one of our biggest problems that, as a city council leadership body, have to tackle here in the city. And I think the public has also come forward and said that, not only here in the hearing, but also in the public comment. And I understand that. I agree with it. And I think we're definitely on the same page there. What I want to make sure we pay attention to, though, is how we move forward through making good decisions about how to address it. We do have a homeless action plan. We do have partners, many of them, who help us to address the homelessness in our community. Several of them are here with what we're considering today for CDBG grants. So I think this is an important, maybe somewhat small piece of our strategies to address homelessness and to help people find housing in our community. We also have the Buena Creek Navigation Center that has demonstrated good data and that it's full and that it's well used and people are graduating out of it, and we have data on that. We also have our safe parking lot. We have good data on that. We have these very small service provider HUD-funded grants. We also have data on these and how they're helping us as a city meet our objectives for addressing homeless and making sure we can get as many people housed or in services as needed. So I caution us not to not to blame the provider for the problem. I think that CRC is part of the solution. However, I'm hearing that there's some friction associated with some activities on the sidewalk near the CRC, and I think John, you would say that's probably something, and you would agree that maybe something can be done to better address that. So I would see that the vehicle for articulating that a little bit better would be something like Councilmember O'Hara has suggested, whether it's a contract or an MOU, but having some worked out amongst our partners. How do we put some metrics on? We expect that there could be this level of performance standards. I don't want to speak for anybody, but I don't think anyone would be opposed to that when they're given an opportunity to have funds and they know that they are expected to deliver. So I would hope that we could work together with these service providers to continue to address the unsheltered problem together and help to solve the issues. I think about it in terms of, what if CRC wasn't downtown? Would there still be homeless downtown? And honestly, I think there would be. I think you look at any downtown. You look at downtown Carlsbad. So I don't have to go very far to see that. So I just don't want to blame the service provider for the problem here. And I would hope maybe we might think about this in terms of the middle ground being that we award the money, including to the Community Resource Center, and then put some more language together to help make sure the city's needs are met completely and wholly.
So I'm going to hop in just more procedurally than anything. So we're not going to solve homelessness tonight, right? That's not the purpose tonight. Tonight we have three purposes. One, provide public comments, which I think we've done in spades, which is wonderful. Authorize the allocation of the CDBG funds, and with that could or could not include, depending on our pleasure, grossing it up with general funds. And then the third item is then to continue the public hearing date certain to April 16th. So if we could work towards a motion, and if we want to add explicit direction for the MOU, that would be a good thing to do too. So just procedurally, and with that, I'll recognize Councilmember O'Hara.
Thank you for your comments, Joe. I thought that was really, really well said. I think we're not looking to blame a problem on somebody, for sure. We are looking for all of our participants to be responsible and good neighbors. And I think where this stems from, to articulate it, comes back to how funds are allocated to deal with this issue. And they're predominantly allocated to the county, who should be, in my opinion, probably doing a lot more than they're doing. That said, we have access to about 10% of those funds. And so my goal with having an MOU in place is to maximize that 10%. It's as simple as that. It's about using our money wisely to make sure that we are addressing a challenge in our community and leveraging our partners who are taking money from us and our residents to participate, maybe even overly participated, but definitely making sure that we are actively using that money to get outcomes. Again, we go back to the $28 billion that just disappeared. $28 billion gone. No one knows where it went. We're only talking 10% of the money, $273,000. But that's our $28 billion, right? So how do we make that go far? And that's what this conversation is really about. So I fully agree with everything that Joy said. I just wanted to back it up with an explanation.
Okay. And want to try on a motion, or maybe Councilmember Schaefer next?
Go for it.
I motion to put this on to move this on to April 16th. I think we talked about the April 16th. Gather public input prior to council's consideration to approve it at that time. Discuss further the possibility of creating an MOU and what the MOU would include.
And I'll second it with the idea that the term I think we're looking for is accountability, right? That's the underlying term. That when you know, if you're going to provide services that happen to have people that are acting in a very specific way routinely, that there's either they don't get the services that they're looking for. Everybody here is accountable to the laws on the way over here and the way home from here. Well, these people are being asked to be accountable to their actions, at least in the immediate area, ideally throughout the day, but we can't track them throughout the day. So definitely on, in the location that they're, receiving their services. So accountability was the word I wanted to use.
And Councilmember Schaefer does, and I'll go next. Councilmember Schaefer, does that include the accountability for the customers, for lack of a better term, or that are coming to CRC in the immediate vicinity around, that there be some metric we come up with, performance metric, that we can look at year after year to see whether or not the neighboring properties are being impacted? Is that the type of MOU you're thinking of, or a component of the MOU?
You said Schaefer, but you meant O'Hara.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant O'Hara, yeah. You seconded, yeah.
Yeah, no, I do. I mean, this population is very organized, and they'll get the message really quickly that there are rules.
That's it.
I understand there's a system in place. We've had that. Some of those systems described to us by the sheriffs, by business owners. Without diving into that, I think it is within the CRC's means, within all of these groups, Meals on Wheels, Boys and Girls Club, to provide expectations of their customers.
Okay, so what I think I'm hearing for a motion is the recommended action plus a update to the MOU to include performance metrics around making the neighborhood.
So what I came up with from that, and just if it's wrong, please let me know. So I had, so number 2, which was authorize the allocation of the CDBG funds for eligible activities outlined in attachment 2 and in the analysis section of the agenda report for incorporation into the draft fiscal year 2025-26 CDBG annual action plan, with the addition of performance standards, metrics, and accountability in the organization MOUs.
Yeah, as described in the discussion.
Okay.
And so, I'm looking at our city attorney, and I think he wants to speak.
Correct.
So-
Thank you, Mayor Ellis. The comment I'd like to make, this doesn't need to go in the motion, but the staff and I will be reviewing this pursuant to CDBG guidelines and HUD funding guidelines to the extent that we are able to bind things by an MOU. I just want to make that comment so that everyone is aware of that.
Thank you.
So
Could I-
if I could, so then if you want me to, I can say, CDBG annual action plan with direction to staff to work with the city attorney on the addition of performance standards, metrics, accountability in the organization MOUs as discussed.
And may I offer a friendly, maybe not an amendment, I don't know, maybe clarification, but does this motion include the requested amount for the fiscal year 25-26?
So the grossing up of the, was it 14,000
Yes.
roughly?
Yeah.
General fund.
I'm okay with that. I want those 415 people to get their meals. I think that is the most important part of the outcome in this, for sure. I want to look at the circumstance around that, and that's what we're asking to do. So yeah, I think you're
Sounds
correct
like
in your
you're-
point. The $14,000 isn't the hurdle.
Yeah. So I hear the motion maker second, that okay?
Second.
Okay, so that adds the grossing up to the full
So
request
that'll be
amount?
numbered, the second item then would be with a subsidy from the general fund to fully fund the requested amounts.
Exactly. So we have a motion and a second, I think well discussed. Staff, any questions, anything that didn't make sense? So sounds like with that, we'll call the question on item 10A.
Motion does carry unanimously.
Okay, with that, it's 8:25. Let's take a 10-minute break and be back at 25 till.
Thank you for the break. I think so.
One for each council member up there.
So we're back. Item 10B, Public Health and Safety Commission, work plan outcomes for calendar year 2024 and proposed work plan for calendar year 2025. And the contact person is Fire Chief Gordon. With that, we'll start with the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. So like you said, we're here to talk about the Public Health Safety Commission's work plan outcomes of calendar year 2024 and their proposed work plan for calendar year 2025. So the recommended actions that we'll talk about is to receive final reported outcomes for the calendar year of 2024 Public Health and Safety Commission work plan, and then they approve the proposed calendar year 2025 Public Health and Safety Commission work plan. So just to give some background on the commission itself, the Public Health and Safety Commission communicates, cooperates, and encourages coordination with city departments like the fire department and the city's law enforcement services provider, which is San Diego Sheriff's Department, individualized citizens and community groups in identifying public health and safety concerns and recommend solutions to the City Council for consideration. So these solutions and activities of the commission will be reported annually to the City Council. And the Public Health and Safety Commission actually met 10 times in 2024. They normally only meet quarterly, but they, oh, thank you. I'm moving slides here and no one's seeing them. And so they normally meet quarterly, but they met 10 times. So on March 13th of 2024, the City Council approved the 2020 work plan of the Public Health and Safety Commission. They participated in community events like the Cardiff Dog Days of Summer, Dia de los Muertos, and Encinitas Holiday Parade. They established 3 ad hoc committees. One was a homelessness committee, a mental health, wellness, substance abuse and addiction committee, and a resource readiness committee. And they talked about enhancing collaboration with fire department, San Diego County Sheriff's Department, and public-private organizations. They also had a special project. They had a Fire Station 6 advocacy letter where they supported upgrading Fire Station 6 to a permanent fire station, as well as the apparatus there to a Type 1 fire engine with 3 personnel. They submitted that letter to the City Council on May 13th of 2024. They also had an outcome of they identified emerging public health and safety issues, and this was pretty much a placeholder in case something like COVID came up that they could immediately tackle that kind of emergency or concern within the community. And then they promoted education and resource development. So city communications, i.e. the social media or other platforms to get communication out. And then they identified speakers to present to the Public Health and Safety Commission. So the Public Health and Safety Commission had 9 recommendations to the City Council, and I'm going to read these off. The first is the city to utilize an easily accessible emergency information card that the Public Health and Safety Commission will develop. 2, city staff to collaborate with public health and safety agencies to create an easily accessible, centralized solution for residents to quickly access accurate and current crime, fire, and homelessness metrics. The city to enhance its efforts to cross-promote the content produced by the San Diego County Sheriff's Department via social media. 4, the city to create opportunities to diversify the Encinitas Fire and Marine Safety Department by creating aspirational goals and removing barriers to recruitment by working with experts in fire leadership. 5, the city to celebrate, recognize, and host an event partnered with the Public Health and Safety Commission for Mental Health Month in May. 6, the city of Encinitas should update its homeless action plan. 7, the city of Encinitas should fully embrace Built for Zero methodology. 8, homelessness is a housing problem. The city of Encinitas must increase the availability of housing affordable to extremely low-income families to reduce homelessness. And then lastly, 9, the commission to hold regular meetings every 2 months rather than quarterly meetings. And this recommendation would need to amend the municipal code to make that go forward. So moving on to the proposed work plan for 2025. This Work plan was approved by the commission on February 24th, 25, and their key focus areas were community outreach, strategic priorities, youth tobacco, drug and alcohol prevention, special projects, and incorporates the approved 2024 recommendations into their 2025 work plan. It also will include, on the 2025 work plan, number 10, in there, the City Council directed initiative of the wildfire risk assessment, tasked by Council on February 26th of 2025. And the objectives of that are to assess wildfire risks in Encinitas, hold public meetings and gather input, rank risks based on severity and likelihood, and propose mitigation strategies. And the timeline for that would be to try to get it done by early May of 2025, so that it can be aligned with the city's budget. And so the recommended actions, again, are to receive this final report, reported outcomes for the calendar year 2024 Public Health and Safety Commission work plan, and to approve the proposed calendar year 2025 Public Health and Safety Commission work plan. And with that, I'll take any questions.
How many public comments do we have?
One.
Okay. Do we have preliminary questions?
None at this time.
Okay. So let's take the public speaker.
Matt Simons with time donation from Suzanne Stone.
I'm going old school here. I didn't have slides, so.
We definitely have an old school setup there. You need to bring transparencies next time. Yeah, hey, we can get you if you want to stand there. There's a portable mic, or you can, yeah, if IT can, yeah. Or if you can speak here, it's better here for the camera. But if you need to point at stuff, then you.
It'll be easier if I'll do this. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So my name is Matt Simmons. I am president.
Wait, why don't you get on mic first so we get you good, well heard on the tape.
You good? Hello, my name is Matt Simmons. I am a resident of Encinitas and also president of Simtech Solutions. And the reason why I wanted to speak to this, I want to make sure we are taking a full, broad lens of the homeless problem that we have in our town, but also in the country. California in particular, the unsheltered population is significant and staggering. It's a wicked problem. And what I mean by that is there's not any one solution, like many wicked problems like healthcare, poverty. So just to say, okay, we've got the CRC, we're done. That's not going to be the case. We don't have, public officials, we're not done. We need to work together cohesively. One of the things I did want to bring up, we had an opportunity for encampment resolution funding here in Encinitas, and we didn't see it through. And so our neighboring towns, Oceanside, $11.4 million in funding, Vista, $7.8 million in funding, Carlsbad, $3 million in funding. We just spent 20 minutes talking about $250,000. So it's 16 times that, and it was an asset that could have come to us, and I believe that we didn't follow through because of maybe clerical follow-up questions. I'm not sure. I believe it was a city decision to pull that application midstream. And if there's reasons why that happened, I want to make sure that you know that I'm here as a resource to make sure we have a strong application going forward. I am a national expert on homelessness, and I just happen to live here. So, speaking of a national expert, just a little background on my company. I developed the first data warehouse for homelessness back in 2002. That's using the Homeless Management Information System data. I created the first prioritized by name list off of that warehouse. My company developed the first mobile tech for the annual point in time count. We bailed out Houston when Hurricane Harvey hit and FEMA and Red Cross couldn't step in, and we actually helped triage over 2,000 people because they didn't have the systems in place, even though we did that. We donated that, by the way. So we're working with other communities around the country. Our footprint is about 25% of the geographic coverage of the continental United States for the annual homeless count. 15 in the continuums of care in Mass, we're part of it, the San Diego Continuum of Care. 15 COCs in California use our technology to support their homeless count, including San Diego. So I was part of the homeless count, and I got to go to the deployment center at the CRC to do the count here. There's work that can be done. There was a lot of lessons from that, and there, it's a work in process. But just sharing that the data that comes from that does help inform the benchmarks and the baselines, and we can track progress from there. Homelessness is a public health crisis. As far as people being homeless, they're 35 times more likely to die of drug alcohol overdose, 4 times likely to die of heart disease. I can go on, but I have a limited time. So part of the issue is with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you got to take care of the basic services first, the basic needs of food, water, and then you can move up, from there. CRC providing food, that's essential. Obviously it's a magnet site. We don't have the strong outreach to go to people, right? And we don't have the affordable housing that we need on the exit side. So we need prevention, and we need on the outflow, we need more housing placements, and we need more affordable housing. The way that city's going about affordable housing, it's too congested, not planned out enough. I know it's being jammed down your throat, and you're doing what you can with the allocations you're doing. But something has to be done at the state level because it's not fair burden for us. We don't have the capacity and infrastructure to hold that. So where do we go from there? The systems themselves are not designed for the outcome we want to get. So we're using these desktop-based systems that are based on standards from 2004. 68% of the population in California is unsheltered. Desktop solutions don't work. So we build mobile technology to meet people where they are. And part of that is that light data capture. What's your needs? What's your goals? How can I help you? And that service transaction to quantify the extent of their homelessness and use their demonstrated need to help align them and prioritize them for the housing that's available. So when you're saying, a lot of people aren't from our town, well, we can demonstrate where they're from by their transaction history and all the interactions they've had. If there's someone that has a lot of calls from police and first responders, we can say, you keep this up, you're not going to be in line for services. So there's other ways you can use data to inform our practices. So we have a homeless response framework. It involves mobile tech for street outreach, mobile tech for the point in time count, a data warehouse. We have the reporting and analytics, by name lists. And we do this for communities all around the country. Houston, Kansas City, Toledo, they're all in, they're using our tech. This is my town, and I always want to introduce myself and offer pro bono guidance services as I can to support these conversations. And that's the bigger thing. That's why I'm here. I want to make sure you know that I exist, and I'm up the street. But I will say, losing out on the ERF money was a missed opportunity. And if there's a chance to claw that back, let's do it. Because $4 million, you can do a lot with that. Carlsbad is addressing vehicle residency with that money. Vista, the communities are coming together because they have gas for the tank. Mm-hmm. So let's get some gas.
Cool. Can you leave your contact info with the clerk?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, council discussion. Nobody's going to hop in? I'll hop in. Oh,
Go for it.
You want to? Okay.
No, I was just.
Okay. So I looked at this, and one of the things I've been struggling with is what is the purview of each of our commissions, and where should they be going, and what should they be working on? And this one is a relatively new commission. When we approved it, we actually didn't give them direction. I remember, and I opposed that. I thought we should be delegating things we want to them, because commissions are actually an offshoot of the council. In case of the planning commission, they have delegated authority even, but in each case, it is an advisory group to the council, and that's their purpose. So my thought was at the time, and still is, that they should have a purview, and we should be looking for them to advise us. And I haven't seen that. I haven't seen a clean purview here. And in the case of my concept for all the different commissions, that for each commission, they have a corresponding general plan element. Because we have a very well thought through document that breaks it down into planning issues like the land use element and the housing element. We've got circulation element for the traffic. We've got, what's the parks one? For the parks. We've got resource management for natural. We don't have an environmental for the Environmental Commission, but I would like to do that eventually. What else did I miss? And I thought the natural one for this one is public safety. And so when I reviewed both the original public safety element and the recently updated one, it talks about all the catastrophic hazards, earthquake, fire, tsunami, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't currently, it refers to public health, and quite frankly, given when it was written, we probably didn't anticipate pandemics. It probably should have that in there. I think mental health could be a component, but I think we're putting the cart before the horse where we're trying to give a purview to this commission without first updating the general plan that the city runs on. And the general plan typically is called a comprehensive plan for most cities, and it is intended to be what we do, what we are doing, the services we provide, the trade-offs we have to make. And so in state law, the different elements, the different sections of the general plan by law have to be consistent with one another and be coordinated. And that's precisely the problem I see that keeps coming up amongst all our different commissions. Sometimes people go, was that a traffic commission? No, because it's called the Mobility, Traffic, and Safety Commission, and now we have a Public Health and Safety Commission. And so my proposal as a kind of a guidance for tonight's discussion is that we try and dial this in to be about the safety element. And one of the questions I would have is, are there things in the safety element that we think are missing that the Public Health and Safety Commission would like to go after, such as mental health, such as homelessness? And would that be appropriate to add to a future version of the element? I'm going to go in the results you gave from last week. There was a statement, and it's interesting that the statement was different than the one we just heard from Matt Simmons. Okay. It was that homelessness is a housing problem. I couldn't disagree more. I just don't, and I think, Matt, you said that homelessness is a disease or a public health issue. I agree with that. It's primarily a public health issue. I would contend that if housing is the problem, then that issue belongs with the housing element and therefore the Planning Commission. But I don't think that's true. The other thing I would contend, if it is true that housing is the cause of homelessness or the solution, then I would ask, how many more $1 million homes do we have to build to solve homelessness? Because that's what we're doing, right? We're building way more $1 million condos than we are affordable. And even the affordable, because the median AMI income is $119,000 here, so 80% of that is what we're restricting to. These homeless that we're talking about here don't even come above 60. They don't come above 40. They're down in 0 to 30. So building homes is not the answer. And I agree, it's a health issue, that. So I would recommend that where I'm going with this is I see a lot of, we'll get into the details later of the health plan, the work plan, but I don't agree with the solution they came up with. I don't think that's at all true. And I think we need to redirect to some degree what we have in front of us, and this may be another case where we send it back, and with that I'll yield to Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, I just wanted to start with, I'm happy that it now falls under the purview of Chief Gordon. I think it aligns our safety element, actually as the lead safety personnel in our city, to be in alignment. And as you mentioned, the commissions are here to inform us of stuff that we don't have enough time for open comments and public speakers in certain situations, and this gets us a specific form for those dedicated scenarios. I greatly appreciate Matt Simmons for coming in tonight and giving a phenomenal presentation. I think there's more there, and I look forward to, I'm not sure if that's something to add. It's something that I talked about during the campaign, but to try to get more of the resources that we have, phenomenal resources we have. We have titans of industry in this city and in the surrounding community, and to get more people that have direct influence at a national level. I mean, I don't know how to, I mean, it'd be completely idiotic of us to not be able to tap into these resources at a greater level. So I'll leave it there for right now, but I just want to start with that.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
I have a question, if I could start with that, Chief Gordon. There was one aspect of the report from the prior year that I would like you to give me a little bit more feedback on. And I'm going to try to get to it where it is here. So it's on page 2 where the results of the calendar year 2024 are listed. And it's number 4. The city to create opportunities to diversify the Encinitas Fire and Marine Safety Department by creating aspirational goals and removing barriers to recruiting by working with experts in fire leadership. I love that. Did it happen, and what are the barriers? Or is this more, it was on the plan? Can you kind of talk about it?
Yeah, so one of the things that we've done to increase our diversity and really create a bigger net for people to apply for our department is we removed the requirement to have a fire academy to apply here. So you only had to be a paramedic. And then what we would do was put them through a fire academy in turn. So right now we have 2 people who are in a fire academy about to be done here on the 29th. They're going to graduate. So originally we were getting 20 applicants. In our last recruitment, we had over 100 applicants just by opening up this requirement.
I think that sounds awesome. I'm so glad that was brought forward. Was that something that we needed the commission to address, to get public comment?
No, when I talked with some of the commission members, commissioners, we had already started a lot of what we're talking about. They just really wanted us to continue that movement. With that, we're trying to have a lifeguard to firefighter recruitment so that we can open up that avenue. There's a lot of things that we're doing behind the scenes to create a bigger net and have more inclusivity. That way we can meet this goal. But we were already doing it before.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm moving ahead to the 2025 proposed work plan. So I just want to put this forward. I think I'm hearing Mayor Ayler say he's not in support of some of it, but or he'll elaborate, I'm sure. But to me, the 2025 goals, stated goals, look pretty big scale. So I'll just jump to like something that we've just been talking about, which is the homeless action plan. So support, review, and make possible recommendations on city homeless action plan and work to reduce homelessness. That's pretty broad, and I like that in a work plan. Then that's direction that we can get the commission to really drill down and be more specific about maybe different elements of it that are the hottest elements to bring forward and make recommendations. So in that regard, I'm not opposed to this work plan as it's stated. I just use that as an example. I feel like most of these work plan goals are pretty broad, and in that regard, I would support it. But I look forward to hearing what my council colleagues have to say.
6. Which one were you? 8.
Sorry. 7, I think, on page 18.
Sorry, Councilmember O'Hara.
Okay, so I'm going to echo a little bit Mayor Ehlers. I believe that this commission needs to adhere more to with their plan, needs to adhere more to our general plan, public safety element. And I would really add that a good source for them to look at would be our current strategic plan coming out, where we do address all of the items everyone here has mentioned so far, as a guide for essentially the wavelength the city will be putting into all of these areas. We'd like those to align. There's no sense in having us focus on one area that is more than another. I look back at the 2024 plan, it seems to be really focused on one area over all others. And it wasn't that area was bad, it said it's too much. I think when we get in our public safety element, we really talk about risk assessment, hazard mitigation, emergency response, safety standards. And those are at the core of what people think of when they think of public safety. When we go on beyond that, I know in our strategic plan, we talked about keeping a homeless action plan in that strategic plan. So I think by addressing those, we can do that. I look at some of the solutions we got, messages we got from the community, who most had come to a conclusion. None of us have announced. I'm not sure they got there, but within that, Bob Kent mentioned data-driven solutions, and I agree with that 100%. I think you heard us talk about creating accountability, and I think data, maybe that is something in the homeless outreach portion that you're discussing that we could say we want them to create data outcomes that we can review to create accountability. That is something I'd love to see in there. I also would love to see this group be involved in the CERT program as part of being on the commission if possible, unless there's a reason for them not to be. I commend the fire department on starting the CERT, side note, commend the fire department on starting the CERT program back up. I think it's a huge opportunity for the city. I did love their 2024 action to be more visible. I'd like to see all of our commissions be more visible. And if we can, I know there is a challenge to have them in a tent at an event behind the Encinitas sign with a tag or anything like that. There are rules of that, but if we can figure out those rules and get them out there, I think one of the things on our strategic plan was talking about communication, getting out there, staff, council members, everybody getting involved and actively communicating with the public. I think that is fantastic. I'd love to see them all on a holiday parade float. I'm going to make a motion to send this back to them. I'd like to give them 4 weeks. I have confidence in the leadership of the fire department and Chief Gordon to help them, or one of your next meeting is to bring this back to council, addressing more a plan based more on our strategic plan and the public safety element on our general plan.
Okay. Anybody else? Otherwise, I'll hop in with some more specific direction. One of the words, I read some of these and they're kind of fluffy and attending city events. To me, that's a how you do it, not what you do. And I'd like to see this be more things that I'm okay with the outreach and I think it's great, but to me, that's not the accomplishment. The accomplishment is going after whatever issue. So the first one, I think an item for the Public Health and Safety Commission, are there hazards or risks missing out of our public safety element? And that's kind of a good thing to do. And it could be pandemics. It could be mental health issues. It could be homelessness from the mental health disease aspect. The housing belongs in the housing element, and it's going to be there almost by law. So I just want to make sure that I want to use the public safety element as the guiding principle so that 10 years from now, 20 years from now, if commissioner picks up and says, what's our purview? They know to look there. A planning commissioner knows to look in. They've got two. They get the land use element and the housing element, and then so on and so forth. But by the same token, those same citizens can be telling us, are we missing something in our housing element? In our public safety element? And I'm going to go down 1, 2, 3. I'm going to do it quickly so that I don't bog down because I actually agree with and I'll second your motion. Number 2 is communicating quarterly newsletter. That's a city manager job. I don't even think this belongs on here. The public health and safety can make comments and we can work out inputs, but ultimately the outgoing communication, the professional staff takes care of. Inviting speakers, I know we put that on there again. I kind of look at that as that's training our own public health and safety commissioners. It's a little fluffy. I'm looking for very particular. There's a reason, and I went ahead, we went ahead actually, but I initiated it. The reason I thought the Public Health and Safety Commission, they needed a reason for being and an action to go take care of, and we gave them a pretty big ask, and we need it back quickly. And so I'd like them to go do that now, and I'm not worried about getting this back in 4 weeks. I'm worried about getting their main work back that we asked in 8 weeks. So I think this could actually go until closer to June, because the idea is we're trying to get all of the work plans in place before July 1st. And so we can, we delegate to them, they reflect it back to us in the form of a work plan that we then approve. So my input would be, look at you got one big task. I would put that one top on the list that we gave, 2 weeks ago or whatever, 3 weeks ago, and look for other public safety health issues, and include the additional work plan is the public safety element missing anything, such as pandemic, mental health, or homelessness. And I think it may be, so I'll yield.
Yeah, it's kind of along the same lines you're speaking to, Mayor Ehlers. It's in my experience, it's always been if you make a bigger goal or a more robust goal, which we did 2 weeks ago, as far as compound emergencies here in town, it inherently you find more issues that might have been there, and then you find where you might need to enhance. So I would agree with you on throttling back, letting that initial ask, the pretty big ask that we asked 2 weeks ago, to get that plan kind of up and running, and in that time, identify where we are currently on a grand scale. I asked every single department head when I first got here with what are the top 3 cities in California, and if we're not one of the top 3, then why is that's that answer? Is it geographical? Is it financial? Is it whatever the reason is? At least we know where we stand across the rubric, and then we can find out where we got to go. So a big part of this is figuring out exactly where we are, and not necessarily just taking it as is. I will say that Scott Campbell gave a very great presentation on specifically how well we've done in the last, it stopped at 2022, but got to presume with what we've seen in numbers that it's actually going in the right direction. And so sometimes I think we have greater reporting with all of the social medias and phones, iPhones, the whole deal. So people are reporting more. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're necessarily getting more. You kind of mentioned it earlier in your previous presentation with regards to a dropping population, but an increased call volume. So I think people have a greater access to things, and so sometimes our awareness to certain things is higher, even though we may not be in a more dangerous situation. So we've got to make sure that we measure that completely and know exactly where we are before we start, cutting up things to make something new that we're doing better before, because we just weren't measuring it properly. So. I will, you've already seconded the motion? Okay.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
All right, I think I'll wrap this up. Maybe I'm not the last one. I am. So I want to say that I support the motion. I think I have a great deal of confidence in Chief Gordon, and to listen and to bring it forward and to manage and to implement. So, and as I do with any other staff as well. What I want to just leave on the record, so that as we're moving forward and looking at some changes to bring back, there are a few things that our mayor may have characterized as fluffy that I think do still have some merit, and I'll explain why. The item that talks about attending and participating in city-sponsored events, it does seem soft, but the reason, that's on other commissions too, and the reason that's there is for the visibility piece that Councilmember O'Hara was talking to. Make them visible, get them out, have their badges, whatever is allowed. And I know the Parks and Rec Commission does this really well. They get out and they really engage, and maybe they're a model on that. And that helps people understand that that commission does exist. And the other one has to do with invite speakers. That does sound soft, I understand, but actually, the commission doesn't know everything. The individuals who are serving will probably find there's information that an expert needs to come and present to them. And I think it's fair to say that that's warranted and that's important. Thank you.
I would agree with that specifically, and I think Mr. Simmons being here tonight was a specific example where we can learn, again, going back to the resident knowledge that lives either in this city or a neighboring city that, again, is in some cases top of the world. So we should absolutely be touching on that. So
Okay. And it was just my opinion, so.
I just want to recognize them real quick too. With this commission, I think it's important for all of us up here and the public to remember that when this commission was put together, they were literally told when asked what their plan should be, they'll figure it out. Literally. And it's challenging. It's a very challenging position to put any group in. So I think we all appreciate that up there. I know Chief Gordon has been working since it moved to under the fire department, and it's making progress in that. And so I think we appreciate that this plan that we maybe have some questions on was really kind of out of lack of direction. And so I have confidence in the people on the commission. I think everybody up here does. We have confidence in Chief Gordon once again. So I think we've got something that we can really do a lot of good with.
Okay, very good. Any other comments? Otherwise, we'll call a question.
Before we do that, could I make sure I have the motion down correctly?
That would be great.
Yeah. So I have send the proposed calendar year 2025 work plan back to the commission to modify with the work plan centered around the public safety element as the guiding document, and to return to council. There was 4 weeks, but then there was conversations about not 4 weeks.
I think by the beginning of June would be a.
Yeah, we wanted to have it by end of the calendar year or beginning of the calendar
And
year.
is this a calendar year or is this a fiscal year plan?
It's a calendar year plan.
Calendar year,
Our
so-
next meeting after the March 17th meeting is in June, so we could bring it then.
Okay, and one comment about the calendar year. So that means this work plan, we gave them a big item, right? So including that, there'll only be roughly 6-7 months left in the calendar year. So, it doesn't have to be huge. It doesn't have to be a huge laundry list. Keep in mind what they can get done. And I think there might be an additional
for the
question.
city clerk. Yeah, for the city clerk, we wanted to include alignment with the current strategic plan for this year's plan on that,
So align
just to help them look down the road, direct it with some forethought as to how the two will work together.
And then I'll also add it and based on comments this evening.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then, sorry, one last time, by June, beginning of June? To return back to city council?
The next June Public Health and Safety Commission meeting?
Okay,
And so
then-
after that, back to us in June.
Do you want before July 1st?
Yeah, because we think we gave them plenty to chew on between now and certainly May.
All right, so we'll just say, and then to return to council by July 1st. Is that correct?
That'll work. If that's okay with the motioner and the seconder. Oh, I
Yes.
seconded. Yeah, it's okay with
Agreed.
me. And sometimes it's like juggling up here. You have to remember what you did and what everyone else is doing.
The motion carries unanimously.
Very good. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 10C, which is the annual progress report on the implementation of the general plan. And we will hear from Associate Planner Savetko and Housing Manager Dacey.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Ehlers, Deputy Mayor Lyons, and council members. My name is Joel Savetko, Associate Planner, and I'm here to present the 2024 Annual Progress Report. With me tonight is Melinda Dacey, Housing Services Manager. So I'm going to start with an overview of state law as it pertains to this item. Government Code Section 65400 requires every local jurisdiction to submit an annual progress report to track general plan implementation and ongoing housing element compliance. The local legislative body, in this case the City Council, reviews the APR before submission on or before April 1st to the Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, used to be known as the Office of Planning and Research, the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, and SANDAG. In addition, the APR includes a report on housing production counted towards the city's RHNA. In the subsequent slides, I will highlight a few select implementation efforts for each element of the general plan. Toward implementation of the city's land use element, city staff processed 123 applications last year, with 45 of those projects being reviewed by the Planning Commission, including 10 that provided new housing. In addition, the El Camino Real specific plan was adopted by City Council in September and is currently under review by the Coastal Commission. In addition, an outdoor dining right-of-way usage fee was established and has generated about $200,000 since going into effect. And then for implementation of the city's circulation element, the city, among other things, has collaborated with school districts to fund bike safety education for students and to fund crossing guards. And in addition, in 2024, the city added 2,455 linear feet of sidewalk, 5.1 miles of new pavement between private development and CIP projects, and constructed 78 new ADA ramps and 5 new crosswalks. Implementation measures of the safety element were revised through an update adopted by the City Council in 2023. Staff is currently coordinating with the Coastal Commission to achieve certification of the portions that amend the local coastal program. Ongoing safety element implementation includes the life-saving work of our Marine Safety Division and Fire Department and the public safety provided by the San Diego County Sheriff's Office. The resource management element is being implemented through a number of different projects. A few would be the development of a native plant ordinance and, of course, the large-scale sand replenishment projects that keep our beaches accessible and resilient. The resource management element is currently in the process of being updated to comply with new state law requiring policies that promote rewilding opportunities, climate resilience, habitat connectivity, and equitable access. Toward implementation of the recreation element, the city opened the Pacific View Arts Center in August, which provides a dedicated space for artistic activities in the city. In addition, the city's urban tree canopy was supplemented with over 150 trees planted, exceeding the cap goal for 2024. Other highlights include the design and construction of fully inclusive parks, and the volunteer VIP program reaching over 300 volunteers. For implementation of the noise element, code enforcement staff closed out 89 of 96 noise complaints received in 2024. Finally, for implementation of the housing element, the city permitted 695 new housing units in 2024. About 7% of those were for very low income units. Another 7% or so were for low income units. 3% were for moderate income units, and the remaining 83% were for above moderate income units. 128, or about 18% of those permits, were for accessory dwelling units. In addition, the city issued 111 housing choice vouchers to help low-income households afford their rents, up from 100 in the prior year. The city also made strides in addressing unsheltered homelessness in 2024. The Homeless Outreach Program for Empowerment, also known as the HOPE Team, housed 83 people, and the Buena Creek Navigation Center opened in March and served 56 people over the remainder of last year. With that, staff recommends the City Council approve the APR and any associated implementation measures. Once approved, staff will submit the report to LCI, HCD, and SANDAG as required by state law.
Do we have any preliminary questions? No? Do we have any public comments? Okay. And this is just a receive and file, or we have to approve it?
Approve.
Yeah,
Should
correct.
read the,
Yeah, to approve it, and we will submit it to.
Any comments or questions, or can I have a motion? Oh, we have one. Oh, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
I do have a question before we put together a motion. I like this summary, it's great. So it's nice to have all in one place, so I'm glad the state asked for it because it gives us the reason to do it. But is there a reason, like I'm gonna look at the resource management element as an example. We have an important, in my world, habitat stewardship plan. And under resource element, we don't acknowledge that we've moved that forward. Is there a reason we don't capture everything we're doing? And I'm kind of thinking there must be.
I will tell you, Deputy Mayor Lyons, that we are capturing a lot more than we used to. It's getting more robust every single year. But that's a great point, and I think in future years we can certainly expand the breadth of what we capture in this report.
And then that leads me to the next question then, because when we submit it to the state, it's just they check and file. What do they do with it?
Yeah, thank you again. I would say that they use it to understand what's going on in our city, and I think the housing element portion of it allows them to understand our progress towards our RENA goals. And then they also, I think SANDAG and HCD both publish like APR databases, so you can track how each city, each jurisdiction is doing in terms of meeting those goals.
All right, thank you. With those answers, I will move for approval of this plan as submitted.
And I only had one comment. You had one slide up there that showed, 50 low income, 51, 50, 51. It was about 100 total, yeah, low and very low. And then we had 20 moderate plus 574. So that just supports that 6-to-1 ratio that we're building 6 times as many moderate and above moderate as we are affordable units, because the moderate are not affordable. You know, they are up to 120% of the AMI. AMI is 120,000, so what's that? Somewhere in the 144 range. That's what you have to make as a family of 4 to be considered moderate. So that's still a pretty good, that's not going to solve homelessness, as I made my point earlier, but I thought that was a really good metric, and it just proves out that we're building the programs we have in place are causing us to build quite a bit of over moderate at a 6-to-1 ratio, roughly, and it's food for thought. So
Add to that, the 574 actually drives the cost of living up.
yeah. So if we don't have a second, I'll second. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. And call the question. And boy, the clerk, after 9:20, the clerk gets faster and faster, I've noticed.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 10D, which is Assembly Bill 43, AB 43, Speed Limit Lowering Effectiveness Review and Policy for Modification of the AB 43 Street List. And the contact person is City Traffic Engineer Bandigan.
All right, good evening again, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, members of the public, Abe Bandigan, City Traffic Engineer. AB 43, we had 3-4 meetings with council, I guess, starting from 2023, I want to say. Mid-year of 2023, we presented AB 43 to council, received direction. There was a lot of interest from council to implement this citywide as soon as we were legally allowed, which was July 1, 2024. So a very quick summary, as you probably all know, this does allow the cities to go beyond what before AB 43 law would allow us to set the speed limits. We would have to go by 85th percentile, set the speed limit. City engineer had the authority to reduce it after the regular mathematical rounding by 5 miles per hour if there was a specific condition at the road, certain number of collisions, lack of bike and ped facilities, bad geometry. There were some provisions in there. This bill did allow the city engineer to add an additional 5 mile per hour reduction for setting a speed limit based on 85th. There were some guidelines. You could identify safety corridors in the city to implement this extra 5 mile per hour reduction. That was a maximum of 20% of all of the roadways in the city. There was also a set criteria to identify roadways with high concentration of bicycles and pedestrians that would allow us to implement an additional 5 mile. And now the second category, there was no limit. There was no 20% limit to the city. We brought these to the city council, 2-3 meetings. Council approved this list that, these roads that you can see on this map for us to implement lower speed limits citywide. We did implement that, cost of about $100,000. We implemented all new speed limit signage. We salvaged as much as we could. Basically, the roads that were 40, we moved them to the roads that were 45 before. The roads that were 35, we moved their signs to the roads that were 40 before. So we tried to salvage as much as possible, but there were some pavement legends that needed to be replaced. We did that. At the approval, the direction from council was to revisit this after implementation to evaluate effectiveness. Meanwhile, we also received a lot of requests from public with regards to asking staff to add their street to the future round of AB 43, lowering their speed limit. We did not have previously any criteria when this was approved by City Council with regards to adding or removing roadways. So we thought this would be a good opportunity to provide you some information on effectiveness and also provide staff recommendation on addition or removing roads, and then you can obviously provide us more direction. This is the history that I mentioned. I don't want to go through the details. There were like multiple meetings at the council meeting and at the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission. This is the roads that we selected to do a before and after analysis. We had collected some data prior to implementation of AB 43 and lowering speed limits. You can see the previous speed, the new speed after reducing based on AB 43. As you can see, all of these are 5 mile below. The selection of these, we did take it to Traffic Commission, did get some recommendation from them. We tried to have a combination of higher speed low roads, average roads, residential lower speed roads. The 85th percentile speed before implementation of AB 43, and the second column shows what happened after. The majority of the roads did receive some level of speed going lower. Out of the 12, I believe 8 of them did go down. 2 of them remained unchanged with very, very minimal lowering, and 2 of them did actually go a little bit up. These roads that saw more lowering were higher speed roads. As we went toward the lower speed roads, the changes were less significant. The biggest improvements that we saw was at La Costa, where between Vulcan and Sheridan, we had a 85th percentile of 49. After this, the 85th became 40. Vulcan went from 43 to 33, and Mountain Vista had a 5 mile per hour drop. The proposed, we will continue bringing this, if this is the direction that we'll have from council tonight. We can bring this once a year to council to receive direction and to have a new ordinance with a new list. Council obviously will have the authority to take roads off of the list or add roads to the list. We are right now very close to our max with regards to the safety corridor limits, so we cannot really go off of collisions and add roads to that list. But there is a criteria to add roadways based on high concentration of bikes and pets. The only guidelines that the bill provides is that it should be a residence district, and there is a criteria. Staff recommendation is not to make it very easy to get on this list. Not that it's not beneficial. We don't want to do a blanket citywide speed reduction. We are recommending a street meeting at least 5 generators based on the list. The MUTCD and bill allow us to add a road to a AB 43 list of the city just by meeting any of these criterions. But we're recommending a roadway at least meeting 5 to be able to be added to the list. And as you can see, these are very general criterions. It's relatively easy to meet many of these, but at the same time, we want to be cognizant of how the bill was drafted and what the intent of the legislator was. If they didn't want us to be able to include roads, they wouldn't have made this table this easy to meet. But 5 is our recommendation. It can be more or less. And on the left, you can see the district, residential district, which is based on the number of dwelling units or business structures adjacent to the roadway segment. In conclusion, as you saw in the table before and after speeds, the majority of the road did receive some reduction. As we all know, it's not just based on putting a sign. We do need enforcement with the new signage. It's not just we change a sign and magically everybody goes. I mean, a lot of our drivers obviously are law-abiding citizens. They follow our signage, but it's not 100%. So we are open to directions from council. At this time, our recommendation is that the program is effective, has been effective, and our recommendation to modify this list is based on requests received from public, and if the roadway meets 5 criteria from that table, we can add them to the list. I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any preliminary questions? We have one public speaker.
Campbell?
Yep. Who else? I'm sorry. Data. Scott's got to talk.
Is it open? This one? I think it's this
Best
one.
part.
Yeah, it's this one. Yeah.
Okay, Encinitas Citizen Review Panel is here with another exciting data presentation. But first off, look, we have a new picture. This should make Councilmember Lyons very happy. This is the L7 Park. This is from Monday afternoon. This is extremely recent. We talked about the generators. I highlighted it a little bit. If we can't get these 3 that I highlighted in yellow, we don't deserve to do any of them. I mean, every street has bicycles and children and students, every single one. So we get 3 for free, no matter what. Some of those other ones they're very specific. The code it doesn't say these are guidelines. It says these are the code. I live on a street that's 20 miles an hour, and I question the generators on it. I questioned them last year when they did it, and I lost. Unintended consequences. I said I wasn't going to use this anymore, but it's such a great thumb. 85%. We talked about safety a lot tonight. This 85th percentile can apply to a lot of other safety situations besides speed. And I mean, we should use this as a guideline. So from the DOT or state, I forget which, they show that sometimes we can reduce the speed and it actually makes things more dangerous. And it also says that you can make violators out of good drivers. And I think that's what's going on. So I took that chart and I did a little bit of different data on it. And I wanted to know what did the actual percentage of changes? And of course, going from 45 to 40 is less of a change than going from 25 to 20. The speed doesn't necessarily correlate, especially at those slower speeds. It's almost like 25 is a magic number. And for most of us here, it has been a magic number our whole lives. And when we took our DMV training tests and stuff, 25 was residential speed limits from before most of us were even born. Now, looking at these 25 to 20s, 50%, or actually 4, did not reduce speed at all. They didn't reduce them. It didn't work. Now, I showed a slide earlier today that says we're on a path to safety. So maybe we don't need to press so fast on more 20 miles an hour. We're doing good right now. Now, I talked about criminalizing drivers. This is a better way of looking at it. What were the actual speeds? We are now getting drivers that are exceeding the speed limit by much more percentage than they were before. Who's winning on this? We're now putting our own drivers that are good drivers at risk of getting tickets or other things. Now it's going to cost them money. It's not exactly clear who's winning on this. If it's Vision Zero, we have practically 0 deaths. I mean, you can't go from 1 to 0. That's, this noise. So we're already pretty safe. What is the point of all these 20 miles an hour other than to be first or to be the most? I don't think the residents of Encinitas really want to be the first or the most of anything anymore, other than the most left alone or the least bothered. So I guess I don't really need all of my time, and I'm going to give it back to you to discuss this. This is just an acceptance of the report, and I showed the data in different ways, and we can talk about this, and we can go forward. We can do more speeds. We can do less speeds. We can do more lane diets. I didn't get into that. That's not part of this report. Safety is not free. Safety has a cost. In economic terms, there's a marginal cost, and I caught a question if we are reaching the steep part of that curve where it's infinite cost to save that last marginal person or unit of safety. What are units of safety? That's a good question. Speeds. A lot of people say safety is a function of speed, and it is. It's much more than that. Pavement quality, we've talked about that up here. Road widths, the volume of traffic, that's a key indicator, more than speed. The grade, some roads are steep. You're not going to go 20 miles an hour down Andrew, it's steep. Not even a bike goes 20. Visibility is important. We have fog, but some roads have curves. There's a stop sign by my house, the bush is blocking it, and we're going to get to that. And there's other modalities in the way. All these things affect safety versus speed equation. Maybe we can get there. So last year, there was a big hubbub on Eolas Avenue about the 20 miles an hour. Went in, wasn't enough. The same people demanded stop signs. It wasn't enough. Now they're putting signs in the road asking, I'm not sure what they're asking. These people do not have children, not young children, certainly not. My children, their children are my age. When is it enough? When do we stop saying, you know what, if you don't feel safe, maybe you should take a safety class because other people are safe and do feel safe. We can't just have the one squeaker that doesn't feel safe, making it hard for everybody else to get around. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to kind of present a different point of view from Scott, our speaker. For having served in this position for 4 years, I can relay that for every one person who complains about getting a ticket, there's going to be 50 people who say we need to ticket people more. There's more concern of safety than there are the people who say, well, I shouldn't have gotten a ticket. We have these rules to really conduct ourselves so that we're a safe city. So what I want to say is, what this is here today is just a point in time. You're reporting back to us on where we're at right now with these streets. One thing I talked about in the briefing is, have we looked at what the enforcement has been on these streets in this same amount of time to see if we've held up that side of the work that we need to do? And I don't know if there's anything to report today. I didn't hear you report it, Abe. And if there isn't, I'll just make a comment about it. But is there any enforcement information about these streets?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, we did receive enforcement efforts in year 2024. However, the number of tickets issued in the first 6 months that AB 43 was not in effect were higher. I haven't had the chance to talk to our sergeant or captain, but the big drop in the number of tickets, my assumption is there was a unofficial grace period that was given to public during the implementation process and the 1 month of warning. And then our previous mayor also provided some direction to our sheriff to kind of do more education during the first couple of months versus. So the numbers do not match. The first 6 months is a lot more the number of citations. It could be about staffing or other issues that I'm not aware. So I cannot really say how much effort was in place for enforcement, but the number is drastically lower in the second half of the year.
All right. Well, what that demonstrates to me is we've got some enforcement opportunities. These numbers show that, well, if we tried the education, maybe we tried some warnings, maybe that's not working on a few of these streets. So before I conclude about the success of these streets that are being reported, I would like to get information I would like us to enforce. I think if people can't get used to or understand the new speed limit just inherently, then we need to use the stick and do the enforcement. And I think that most of our community would not be opposed to that. I think our objective here is for safety, and enforcement is a reasonable component of that. So I would like to make sure that we do that work in coordinating enforcement for these streets. And I would just say, too, that I like the idea of the streets that have come forward saying, the streets, the people representing the streets, that they would like us to consider. I think that's a real sign of support from the community on this effort. And so your proposal for the 5 criteria for assessing streets for future consideration, it seems like it's a solid set of criteria. So that I stand in support of this.
I'll hop in next. So I was surprised Scott did not ask about sample size and sampling methods, but I did. So I'll say some stuff and ask staff to confirm it. But it sounds like each one of these times you had somebody in a private car, not a black and white or anything, with a simple radar gun measuring 100 samples each time, and you basically ranked them lowest to highest and took the 85th, and that's where this number came from. So it was reasonably good, but it was one time, from what I understand. Is that correct? Each street was one 100-unit sample, 100 cars.
We use the cameras for collecting data. The radars, we only use them for actually establishing speed limits, because that's the court-approved device.
Okay.
With using cameras, we actually have a lot more data. Sometimes they sit there for 1 day, 2 days, even 3 days, and gives us thousands of data points. So this 85th percentile is not similar to the 85th percentile that goes to court. That's exactly 100 vehicles, and the judges wants to make sure our radar was calibrated and all. This is based on a lot more data than just a.
Okay, and typically for each one of these measurements, was it a 24-hour period, a 2-hour period, a 2-day period?
I'm sure it was more than 2 hours, but let me check with it. Typically more than 2 days.
More than 2 days. And was it a trailer type that they're driving by?
It's a very small camera. that's undetectable by public. You just put
seriously?
it
Oh, cool.
on a post
Wonderful.
or a pole or something.
One of the points I would make about the list of the ones you measured, which is great. I love the fact you did before and after, and I now feel better knowing that it wasn't the certification run, it was even more data, and that makes this more meaningful to me, that it's more than 2 days. But these are all, I don't know if any of these are in Mountain Vista. There's one in D4. So for our new council member, one of the things that I got special dispensation from the rest of the council, and I really minimized the number of AB 43 reductions in New Encinitas. Because why? Because we have huge sidewalks, we have big wide roads. You literally can park 2 cars, you can have 2 bicycles and enough room for passing cars, and the kids, the younger kids and parents and walkers can all be on the sidewalk. So the only streets other than the prime arterials, some of the prime arterials like Mountain Vista got lowered, but not a lot of the streets, because they were already at 25. And I just couldn't imagine taking them down with all that room. People would just violate those laws. And that's very different than many of these streets that have no sidewalks. I think if I look at this list here, they're very typical of of Old Encinitas, Cardiff, and Leucadia, where you have narrower asphalt, you have parked cars sharing with moving cars both way, with strollers, all on the same 25, 30 foot of asphalt. So and I supported the AB 43 reductions there. So I thought that was a comment that I would want to get out there. And tonight's, I just go back to the actions for tonight. We're doing 2 things. We're receiving this report, and we're also approving the policy for changing the limits in the future, and I like that, and I like bringing it back. I think you recommended once a year. I like that idea, so that we're not doing it sporadically during the year. We just kind of annually bring it back and say, hey, are there any we want to add to it? And we could also argue there may be some we take off. I already told my story about being passed by the bike. I think we're going to see more of that. Those of us driving the speed limit around purposely, it's almost painful, but I understand, and where it's safe and it's good. But so I'm good with this. I'm going to go ahead and move approval just because of the late hour, and I want to get done before 10.
Okay. I'll probably second it here, but just while we're here on this topic, I think we need to talk to a little bit of what Scott was bringing up, but why are people speeding? Why were they speeding in the first place? And in a lot of cases, people are speeding by 5 miles an hour. Well, now a lot of places they're still speeding, but now it's by 10 miles an hour. And figuring out why, I think that's probably the crux of what we should be looking at, is why are people speeding? And I think it's because they can't get from the point A to point B in the timely manner. I'll use COVID for a double example. Most of the places you had to go in town were in what I call a reasonable time. It's the natural time. Maybe if you drive tonight at 2 a.m., you're going to get from point A to point B in whatever probably the natural time that you could get there at, or the optimal time, if you will. But when you start to add in traffic from schools in the morning, traffic from passing through from Carlsbad, South Carlsbad, San Elijo Hills, the amount of traffic we have in town in the evenings throughout the summers, and how we can improve our lighting and all the other issues before we start just I kind of say out of nowhere, but Scott made a great point that the 25 to 20 is a much greater drop, if that makes sense, when you have bikes now passing you to get from point A to point B. So I'll second this motion, but as we're here in this forum, I think we needed to go kind of where all of these commissions and all of these other things, where are we at now and why are we there? And not just arbitrarily accepting exactly what the state is saying or whatever is happening, but actually getting ourselves to a place where a trip that takes 12 minutes to get from one place in town to another place, 15 minutes at the height of traffic or 20 minutes at the height of traffic, that's probably acceptable. But when it gets to 30, 40 minutes, that's unacceptable. And so what we're talking about is maybe worsening the problem, which is what Scott was talking to, is we're making people go slower, so now they're jumping off and going through streets that they're not supposed to be on. So now we put speed bumps in or slow them down and have a greater issue. So people are getting frustrated and actually speeding more because they can't get to where they want to go in that timely manner. So again, I know this is not the point of the conversation, but I don't think it's a bad time to just go back to why are we speeding and what were the indicators. If people could be on the streets they want to be on to get to where they want to go, they'd stop speeding on the off streets. The 25 mile an hour, which Scott mentioned, it's been there for my whole life, and I'm assuming most of the people in here whole life. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, Councilmember O'Hara.
Sure, I am. So AB 43 makes the roads safer. When cars slow down, accidents result in less death, less major injury. Many of us have said that is our top priority up here, and I fully agree as far as this bill goes and our implementation of it. I think what I've also heard up here is very important, and Joy spoke to it, and I think a lot of us have touched on it. Scott spoke to it in his public comment, is the enforcement piece of it. And it's not just enough to do AB 43. It's enforcing those speed limits so that the public knows that these speed limits are important. They make the adjustment, and we have safer streets. To Councilmember Schaefer's point, I also agree that flow is an issue. Our circulation element, I believe, should address that. So if we can get, I have firmly believed, and I will always believe this, that if we get people going 25 miles an hour and they don't hit a stop sign or a stoplight, they can go 25 miles, they'll be very happy. All the time I'm upset about when I'm in traffic, it's at a stoplight. When I get somewhere, I remember where I got stuck. I don't remember where I was moving. Maybe I look at the ocean, I enjoy that. The things that I live here that add to my quality of life. But the things that slow my trip down, that impede me, are when I'm stopped. And so AB 43, as it stands, is the bill in front of us. I think we can all agree is a great piece. I second or third or fourth at this point, the aspect of the five variables to qualify a road. And I think this is a piece of the puzzle. It's not the only thing, is what I'm saying. And I think we all get that here. But I think as it is, this is an effective tool and it's a good starting piece. So I support it.
And we've got a motion and a second, and we don't have any other discussion. So with that, we'll call the question.
And that motion does carry unanimously.
Wow. Okay, that finishes up our action items. There are no informational items. Item 11. Item 12 is council member initiated. We have none.
And
that brings us on to item 13, and we'll start with Deputy Mayor Lyons this time.
And at this time, I would like to take the floor to give a statement. And Mayor Ehlers and my council members know that I'm doing this. It's hard to know where this fits into the agenda. There's no like council member statement piece in the agenda. So this is where we're putting it. And I'll read this for the public record. My husband and family have been dealing with a significant struggle. My husband is fighting advanced cancer. The medical treatment and his fight to survive are continuing, intensifying, and difficult. I appreciate all the care and generous assistance that friends in the community have given us throughout the past several months so that I can prioritize supporting him and my family through this hard time. I will be taking family medical leave from the city. This family medical leave will be no more than 60 days and will start on March 17th. To facilitate smooth operations at the city, this week I'm putting in place a system of communications so that I will stay fully informed on salient city issues throughout the leave. During this leave, I anticipate that I will not be able to attend city council meetings or regional assignments, and I will have more limits on my ability to respond quickly, but I will stay engaged and informed. I understand this places more responsibility on my city council colleagues, and I want to thank them in advance for their assistance. I appreciate my council colleagues' willingness to provide support in my absence. I'm honored to have been elected to serve the good people of Encinitas. You have my commitment that I will return as soon as possible. Thank you in advance for your support. I'm proud to know that my family and I live in a supportive, spiritual, and caring community. That concludes my statement.
Thank you, and our thoughts and prayers are with you and your family. So with that, we'll move on to the AB 1234 council member reports. We'll start with Marco San Antonio.
I have nothing to report.
Nothing to report at this time.
Nothing to report at this time.
We had an Encinitas Wastewater Authority meeting, a special meeting where we discussed the budget.
Yep. And I attended the same Encina Wastewater Authority. I also attended the Sandag Regional Planning Group, where it was mostly informational. We discussed the region climate action planning. We also had a presentation on the Sandag Regional Shoreline Management Program. I also attended a city selection committee meeting where we appointed John Duncan to the Air Pollution Control District. And last one, I'm going to put in another announcement, which is congratulating our new city manager that we appointed in closed session. I guess we reported out a closed session before, but this is just a general announcement. So on to city manager report. And notice I did not say interim, temporary. I didn't say acting. City manager report. Welcome on board.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of council, for your confidence in your vote. I do want to say, on behalf of the city staff, Deputy Mayor Lyons, we are here to support you. You have our thoughts, our prayers, and we are so thankful that you serve our beautiful city, and we are here for you. So I just wanted to say that. I do have one. Along with the Public Health and Safety Commission, since they received a council-initiated item, we will be hosting a wildfire community workshop at the Community Center on Saturday, March 22nd. It will be put on by our fire department. It will start at 9 a.m., so we're very excited to present this. Some of our fire folks, Chief Gordon, our interim fire marshal, Jordan Villagomez, our emergency manager, Marie Jones-Kirk, as well as Lieutenant Mike Davis from the Sheriff's Department, along with the San Diego Humane Society, participated in the Liebenhain fire preparedness workshop that was held on March 3rd. Staff did an amazing job. It was great to see them. A lot of people attended. I attended virtually because I know that they were telling people it was pretty much packed, so I decided to watch from home. But staff did an amazing job. So we will be doing this for the rest of the community, and it's a great workshop. We also will have the Sheriff's Department there as well as some other groups. So look forward to everybody coming to that workshop again, March 22nd, Community Center, 9 a.m. Thank you.
Okay, city attorney report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No report this evening.
And city clerk.
Just really quickly, we are currently accepting applications for unscheduled vacancies on the Urban Forest Advisory Committee and the Public Health and Safety Commission.
And both of those are at large, so anybody in the city? Okay. And with that, we will adjourn, and we just beat the 10 o'clock.